All right, everybody, I want to thank you for joining us for the June 27th, 2022 regular City Council meeting for the City of Courtenay. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that the land on which we are meeting is being conducted on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. I do want to just point out today, I got my little red hat here. I want to thank council and members of our community that came out for the Pride flag raising that we did today at 10 a.m. And really it was inspiring to see everybody coming out and supporting our community and making sure that there's inclusiveness as possible. And really, I think the quote that I like the most is "Love is love." So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make an announcement regarding Vancouver Island Music Fest. So July 8th to 10th is Vancouver Island Music Fest weekend. Music Fest has been held in the Comox Valley since 1995 and is a major economic driver for the Comox Valley, supporting tourism, local businesses and musicians, and is a cultural benefit to all citizens who attend. Each year, more than 1,300 volunteers come together to organize and celebrate our community festival. We value and recognize the importance of volunteers and continue to support arts and culture. And I would add that I'm sure people are really thrilled to be having this event after a hiatus due to the pandemic. And I wish everyone well and a really great time at Music Fest. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Morin. And with that, are there any introductions of late items? I don't believe there are any. Moving along, adoption of minutes. We've got regular council minutes and public hearing minutes from June 13th and June 20th. Excellent. Thanks very much for that. Are there any errors or omissions on either of those? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? And they both pass unanimously. Next, Recreation and Community Services. We have the McPhee Meadows UBCM grant application and project update. If somebody could move that. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and I will pass it over.
I was going to move recommendation.
Do we want the recommendation first, or? Yeah, it's so I'll assume receipt is unanimously consented to, and Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that based on the June 27th, 2022 staff report, McPhee Meadows UBCM grant application and project update. Council approve option 1 and direct staff to submit an application for grant funding for the proposed park improvement for McPhee Meadows Park project through the Canada Community Building Fund in British Columbia under the 2022 Strategic Priorities Fund Capital Infrastructure Stream and Capacity Building Stream, and that this resolution confirms council support for the proposed activities and willingness to provide an overall grant management.
All right, thanks so much for that, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Garber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rushton, I'll give an overview of this staff report.
Hello, through the CEO to Mayor and Council. So as you'll know, I'll give a brief overview of the history here. City staff engaged Urban Systems in the fall of 2021 to develop a concept plan for McPhee Meadows. Concept plan would be utilized to develop a subsequent detailed design drawing for construction so the park could open to the public in the future. What's happened since is during the first phase of the community engagement process, feedback was considered from the Comox First Nations, the late donor's family, Nature Trust BC, and adjacent property holders previously engaged to come up with a draft concept plan. It's been prepared and is supported by a project feasibility report that's been attached to your reports. The next stage is to engage the public in the draft concept plan. So the report's been posted on the city's project website. It'll be posted for 3 weeks. It'll be followed by a media release tomorrow. The community has been asked to provide comment, feedback for consideration. After initial review with the donors family and Nature Trust BC, a virtual workshop with adjacent property owners and a virtual open house workshop will be held on July 14th, 2022, between 4 and 6 p.m. City staff have connected with Island Corridor Foundation to provide support and feedback, as the majority of the park supporting infrastructure, such as the parking lot and washroom, will be located in the ICF lands, and they've given their support to the project as it stands through the concept design. So we have an opportunity with the UBCM Community Building Fund. So what took place is, after an interdepartmental discussion on a grant submission for this year, city staff met and approached the UBCM, and we met with a representative that confirmed that McPhee Meadows would meet all their national objectives and would be a good contender for the grant. So a little bit about the grant. The funding limit is up to a maximum of 100% eligible costs, to a maximum of $6 million. Although the grant fund, they fund up to a maximum of 100% of costs. In an informal discussion with the grantor, and to be most competitive, it was suggested that the city contribute some funds towards the project. Based on the Class D estimates that would come in, the total project budget would be approximately $3.2 million. The city would contribute 9%, or $300,000 of the total project costs from its own funding. This is currently approved in the 2022 capital budget, and would apply for, and could apply for, 91% of the eligible program expenditures. So we've got an opportunity to apply for this grant, and we are seeking approval from council to proceed. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for the report, and looking to see, and we do have Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Craig and his staff for the report. I think our residents are very excited about this potential project, particularly with the strain that we've seen on our existing parks over the last couple of years. It would be wonderful to see this opened up to the enjoyment of our citizens. And I really appreciate the fact that consultation is going on with people who live in the immediate neighborhood who may be impacted in other ways. Two questions I have. The costs are indicated as over $3 million, which people might find somewhat surprising, given that a lot of what we're going to do is leave the area in its natural state. And although there is a breakdown for the 3 phases, there isn't anything specific around what the money is actually going to. Are you in a position at this point to give us any further detail on how those monies will actually be spent? For example, how much it's going to cost to build a washroom facility, how much on trails, those types of things. That's my first question.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hillian, through CAO to Council. We've got some estimated project costs right now. We're not sharing those. We're still kind of verifying those. Some of the infrastructure that we need to put in place, along the ICF corridor, the washroom you mentioned, and the parking lot itself, are considerable, as are the access point off Menzies, and the consideration around potentially a switchback and stairs being involved, make up some of the larger costs that are incurred.
Okay, and at what point will we have a detailed breakdown?
The details around that in the detailed design. So we've got some figures right now that they'll be outlined for when we go to detailed design.
Okay, thanks. My second question, there was extensive survey work done among the public in the early stages of consultation. And it's quite interesting, the preferences that people are expressing. As I said earlier, a lot of people say leave it as much as possible in its natural state, provide pleasant places for people to walk, trails, that sort of thing. We also have a lot of people who want us to play disc golf down there. Are those uses at all contradictory, and how do we make a final determination on what will be permitted and what actually won't?
Thanks for the question again. So I would argue that the uses are contradictory. It is within a floodplain, so disc golf course down there, and really any activity within that meadow is subject to flooding. A lot of the rationale and the donors' wishes were around preserving the natural state, keeping it in the land of as a conservation land. So it's a little contradictory to doing any kind of organized sports or activities within that meadow, and would be risky to do so based on the conditions down there.
And Mr. Garbett, one quick comment.
Thank you through the mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian, and just building on Mr. Rushton's comments. Ultimately, we'll have a process will unfold. That plan will come back to council for deliberation, and we're aware of those competing or potentially competing demands, and that will be part of the analysis in the ultimate design. I mean, ultimately, balancing all of those needs has to come forward in light of the original purposes for the dedication. But at the same time, as pursuant to a lot of the analysis in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, there are definite calls for a number of items that we are going to continue to work forward in through implementation, and that's going to come as well at some future date through Mr. Rushton's area.
I appreciate that. And I actually do have one final question. When do we expect that people will actually be able to access the park in the early stages of development?
If we're successful through funding, and I should note that if we're successful through this grant opportunity, that we'd be able to do all 3 phases at one time. And if we were able to do that, we'd be looking at construction late summer, early fall of 2023 into summer of 2024, with best case scenario like the fall of 2024.
Okay, thanks very much.
And are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And next we have the recreation fees and charges framework for final adoption. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I'll move that based on the June 27, 2022 staff report, recreation fees and changes framework final adoption, Council approve option 1 and resolve to approve the final draft of the framework attachment 1, and that city staff proceed with the implementation of the recreation fees and charges framework.
All right, and Mr. Garber.
Again, Mr. Rushton, I'll provide an overview.
There's a PowerPoint presentation, so
It's coming up, just hang tight. There we go.
Great. So I'll be presenting on the final report for the fees and charges framework. Next slide, please. Just an overview of the project timeline. Project initiated in 2019, suspended during the pandemic. Public engagement was in 2020. Project resumed in the fall of 2021 with review, benchmarking, and drafting of the framework. In February of 2022, during a lunch and learn, we received feedback from council, and subsequently in May, RCS came and presented the draft framework back to council for any subsequent feedback. And the last step along the way was to release the draft framework to public for feedback, which we've just finished doing and received some minimal, although some important feedback from the public, which we'll discuss during this presentation. Next steps, of course, would be to request adoption of the final draft of the framework and to begin with creating the implementation plan. Next step, next slide. Purpose of the fees and charges review, ensure a practical, transparent, consistent, fair approach to setting fees and charges for rec facilities and programs and services. Implement an approach that's based on a defensible philosophy and justifiable rationale, and to ensure that fees align with existing city planning and policy. Next slide. You'll be familiar with the benefits-based approach to continuum that was developed, and it's a main feature of the fees and charges report. Policy based on the benefit and public goods approach. Those who benefit from a public service should pay in proportion to the benefits they receive. Public good we defined as being needs-driven, focuses on indirect benefit to all, measures benefits and units of social value, and decisions protect the best interests of citizens. Versus a private service where it's often demand-driven, focuses on direct benefits to users and measures benefits in dollars. Decisions protect the interests of investors. Next slide, please. So what we heard from public and stakeholder engagement, this came in, some results came in over that 3-week period where we posted the draft framework. We also had a press release and a social media notification requesting public feedback. We got in touch with all the rental user groups, were contacted to request and provide their feedback on the draft report. Comments we received, and this was from our Parks and Rec Advisory Council. Subsidizing might need further defining within the document, to which we've provided the definition within the document. The goal of community recreation facilities is to afford access for all. Thus, equity and inclusion lens needs to be a priority in every future decision. This is also highlighting the framework 6-step process for setting fees and charges. There's step 5 and step 6. Next slide. From a particular user group, we received some comments around profit organizations will be impacted despite their community contributions. Concern that higher rental fees will result in less affordable adult sport leagues. And an operator's opinion that for-profit and non-profit should be used in the same category. An existing category for field and dining use should remain the same. Response, and we'll take a look at within the next couple of slides, the language we include in step 2 of the process for setting fees addresses some of these concerns. Actually, all the steps really kind of do. It's a pretty thoughtful method in dealing with these concerns. It allows some flexibility based on the intent of use and those affected by the use. Next step, the next slide. So you'll recall this is the steps we need to take when we're actually setting our fees up. So it's calculating unit costs. When we assign subsidy levels, that's the stage where before we can calculate our fees, we must first assign these levels based on where a specific type of use or user falls on the benefits continuum. So evidence of community contributions, as described by the group who gave the feedback, would be reflected in their placement along this continuum. And some types of users will be assigned a cost recovery level, and some will be placed, based on subsidy. There might be some instances where a user is placed above the cost recovery level, and that'll be in situations where the organization booking the space is accruing a significant profit for accessing the city provided space, or a situation where surplus is accrued by the city renting the space at a cost recovery rate help offset costs for activities with a high level of public benefit. Or a situation where providing access to commercial uses reduces the access for the community to get the benefit. Next slide, please. Steps 5 and 6 highlight some circumstances that may require a practical lens to be applied. An example of that is if the fee is really low, is it worth actually collecting fees if the administration costs might outweigh that. And of course, equity, access, and inclusion are factors that will be factored in as we place along the continuum. And we need to look at school use and access requirements and considerations around that. Next slide, please. The model can also be applied to programming, memberships, and drop-in fees. It does require some further categorization for the types and uses and users. Some flexibility is also required based on market pricing, budgetary impacts to ensure access and inclusion. And as I spoke to earlier, in some instances, it may be justified for the city to charge rates and fees that are cost recovery plus. Next slide, please. So the next steps, if we're deemed to proceed, would be to assemble an internal recreation fees and charges framework working group, and to go through this 6-step process and utilize the implementation strategies as identified in the report, and apply the financial implications to the 2023 provisional annual long-term operating budgets, including amending the City of Courtenay fees and charges bylaw, and reviewing recreation user fees and charges would then take place every 4 years. Thanks so much, and I can take any questions.
Thank you very much, Craig. I really appreciate that. Were there any questions regarding this? Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I hope I'm not the only one with questions tonight. But appreciate the report. As I believe stated previously when we were given the presentation on this model, I was impressed with the rationale behind it. I think it makes sense. But the devil's always in the details, and I appreciate that we're looking at how to make it flexible, how to apply an inclusion lens, and to review where perhaps there's some perceived unfairness. So the major feedback that I believe you received was from the Sports and Social Club, is that what it's called? And the concern that the individuals who operate that had, that if they were seen as a profit-making group, their prices would have to go up, and that might exclude a lot of adults in the community that benefit from that. So I'm just wondering if you could let us know how, in that example, the model would be applied to address what they're arguing is a community benefit that they provide, even though they're doing this to earn a living for themselves.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hillian, and through CEO to Mayor and Council. It's very much, it's going to cause a lot of conversation with our user groups too, and that's a dialogue and a conversation we want to have about exactly, how they're setting up their fees and any subsidies that they're providing that we might not be aware of to offset costs that might be incurred that might prohibit people from participating. So to answer your question, is I think part of the process is really having a discussion with our partner groups, fully recognizing that they're invaluable, they're a community asset, and what they offer potentially are services that we might not be able to offer through the city, and that they do provide the public good and promote the things that we want to promote in terms of healthy lifestyles. So I think once we understand the process and once we go through setting the unit costs, we'll have a greater understanding of that. But initially, that's my response, Councillor Hilligan, is it's going to be an ongoing dialogue with our community partners around this.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, before they came in at the last second, Councillor Theos.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I was just as in terms of user fees and trying to keep the costs to levels that are manageable and that don't impact the citizens that are most affected by any increases. My question is in regards to the conversation that we have with other communities, such as the Regional District, Cumberland, Comox, and do we have communication in which we're in line with their user fees? And secondly, have we had discussions that in the past or throughout the document here that that we may have a scale for user fees? For instance, if you're from within the community, to have a certain price, and if you're from without the community, to have a little premium on the user fees. Thank you.
Thanks for the great questions. To answer your first question, yes, we have been in touch and to the intermunicipal recreation group. Very much, I know the other municipalities are eagerly anticipating and awaiting what will, the outcomes of our fees and charges discussion. And our fees right now, haven't been set with any clear direction and are more historic. So a big part of what we're trying to do, and I think other municipalities will be interested in as well, is come up with a really solid rationale for setting our fees and a system whereby we can increase fees to meet the rising costs in a fair manner, and again through that consultation with our community partners. Your second question.
Mr. Garbett said he'll jump in.
Yeah.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Theos. With respect to taking a slightly different approach to the application of fees, et cetera, I can say that differentiated fees based on location does happen in some communities. However, we don't currently do that. We would have to take that deliberation and bring that back to council for consideration.
Thanks, Councillor Theos. And I don't see any further lights. I'll just give it a beat. And with that, all those in favor, any opposed, and that passes unanimously. All right, next on the agenda is Bill 26 updates. And this is, I believe, just an update. So, Mr. Garbett.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. Ms. O'Connell and Mr. Marshall have provided a bit of an overview of Bill 26. The report is quite comprehensive. It's a joint report, begins with our kind of on the legislative services side, then talks about development services implications. So if Ms. O'Connell might start with just a very short overview, and then Mr. Marshall, and then we're available for questions. I guess I would say before we get started, ultimately we're going down a journey. There's some things that are mandated. The approach with respect to development itself will require some policy work and development on that side. So just over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, CAO, through the mayor to council. So it's outlined within the policy analysis component of the report. Bill 26 came out in October of last year. And basically what it did, it brought forward a couple of amendments, both to the Local Government Act as well as the Community Charter. As far as what the implications were for local government specifically, one was regarding the requirement of a council to consider a code of conduct. So this is either the consideration to amend an existing code of conduct that has to happen at a certain time or interval within your term in office, or in the absence of one, which we don't have a code of conduct aside from decorum rules set out in the procedure bylaw, to consider one. So in that case, staff would be bringing that forward for council and compliance with legislation early in the new year, post-election. Another piece had to do with notification. Essentially, a lot of cities have lost their local newspapers, and therefore, under the previous Section 94 of the Charter, had very expensive notification requirements, having to rely on large circulating newspapers. So that's now been adjusted to reflect more modern practices. In regards to the development services side, it really has to do with the delegation of decisions regarding minor variances. And then some other pieces as well. But the bill has not been a surprise. A lot of these things local governments have been asking for a very long time. We're really happy to see momentum on the province side to make the amendments to the legislation that will give us a lot more ability to move quickly and communicate more efficiently with the public. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much for that, and very happy to see things modernizing and moving forward. Next, Chris, I think you were going to speak to it as well. Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So as part of this Bill 26, there is the option to waive public hearings. Well, we used to call it, it's an existing tool that we have at our disposal to waive a public hearing if it meets the official community plan. I haven't heard about too many communities using that because it's could be seen as being fairly heavy-handed by the community to not be looking for input on the official community or on the amendment. But it's interesting wording. They've changed the wording from waiving the ability to waive a public hearing to a local government is not required to hold a public hearing. So I'm not exactly sure what the difference between waiving and not holding a public hearing is, but the fact remains the same, that you have the option to use that tool, but might want to have some parameters around when it can be used and under what conditions that you would consider that kind of a tool. The second thing that the Bill 26 does is it enables the council to delegate the authority to adopt minor variance applications. They have a list of aspects of a variance that can be considered. So they have zoning bylaws respecting siting, size and dimensions, including height of buildings, off-street parking and loading space requirements, regulation of signs, and screening and landscaping. So those are the things that they've allowed variances to be delegated. Anything beyond those things can't be considered. So it has to be done through a bylaw, and so you're through a bylaw delegating a staff member to be able to sign off on the variances. Now, the important thing for us in terms of timing of development is, as you know, if a person comes forward with a development permit application and there's no variance involved, then I, as the Director of Development Services, can sign off on that development permit. It doesn't need to come to council. But if the development permit has a variance included in it, then it does have to come to council. So by having a bylaw that allows certain things for me to sign off on means that even if it had a variance, it wouldn't have to necessarily come before council. So we would want to have public input on this bylaw, just to explain to the development community and citizenry as to what types of things we'd be willing to delegate and what the pros and cons of that are. And so that would be like come back to you, and the recommendation is that a bylaw come back to you with those parameters involved.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And again, you know, talking about modernizing and really trying to streamline things if it makes sense. So obviously one of the big positive impacts is it could reduce time for moving something through the machine of getting accepting Councillor Theos.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, you know, I am very much in favor of streamlining. You know, in the past, it's actually, you know, been one of my my biggest issues, as in terms of you know, holding projects back, is the fact that we could do more streamlining, but I don't think that this is the right way of going about doing it. You know, I'm looking at the Bill 26, and from my perspective, you know, I feel that it can actually create winners and losers of councils that may choose to or not to support going to public hearings on projects, and that you know, may be projects that are a certain type of project compared to other types of projects, and again, it could just be the flavor of that particular council. So I think that prohibiting or having a pick and choose type of concept, you know, even if it falls within the official community plan, you know, there's a lot of people that may not appreciate, you know, the official community plans and want to have that input. And I think it's not that we're overwhelmed with public hearings, so we don't have that many of them. And you know, when we do, many of them don't last a very long time. So I think that having the public hearing and siding with moving forward on public hearings and giving the people a voice, I feel that that's extremely critical. And you know, to be honest with you, should be expanded to give more people a voice, because in the end of the day, some projects that we felt didn't really need a public hearing, when that input was provided and that discussion occurred, the project ended up being embraced even by the developer, saying, you know, those comments, we're going to incorporate those comments into our project, and the project became even better of a project in the end result. So I really feel that this Bill 26 is not is concerning to me, very quite concerning actually.
Thanks, Councillor Theos. And Mr. Garbutt.
If other councillors had comments, I can just follow up. So through the mayor to Councillor Theos, the purpose of this direction is to develop policy in that regard. So I really appreciate your feedback in terms of the opportunities. One in the staff report discusses if we were to look at a policy on public hearings, we're also going to be looking at the public engagement related to applications to ensure that balance. Just because we have the legislative authority doesn't mean that we would do that. And I think it's important to make sure that the structure is such that there is engagement and input. And that's works that will be developed through the planning department and then brought back to council. The purpose of this report was to get some direction. Should we consider and develop those things, not to make definitive decisions on the outcome.
And Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just in response to what Councillor Theos was saying. I don't think it's a matter of not having public input. It's perhaps of seeing if there are other more efficient ways of engaging that. And I'm assuming that the delay caused by public hearing is not like the amount of time it actually takes to sit and conduct the public hearing, but scheduling of it and the various processes and notifications that have to take place to probably slow things down. I could be wrong about that, but it'd be interesting to hear staff's thoughts. But I thought the overall recommendation that zoning amendments are in line with the OCP and have had the benefit of other public processes could be waived. That seems like a sensible parameter. Obviously, we're not, it's not the end of the discussion. It's just the very beginning. But I think finding more effective way, in the same way that, perhaps notices in newspapers aren't quite as relevant now as they were 50 years ago. There may be other more efficient and effective ways of getting public input within these very specific parameters of being in line with the OCP. So it was just an observation. The other question was, I also had a question in relation to the codes of conduct, it seemed a very kind of ambivalent response by the provincial government saying that you're required to consider it, and then offering absolutely no guidelines as to what you might consider putting in it. And I note in the staff report, you're saying that, Ms. O'Connell, that you're hoping for some direction from the province. Is that something that's been telegraphed, that there will be some greater direction? Because this seems to be an invitation for people either to do nothing or to do completely different things in a patchwork across the province.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. We're hoping they're going to come up with something. What I would imagine we would anticipate is that post-election, there'll be a series of workshops. Essentially, I would expect it to really focus on maybe critical considerations, such as what are the minimum things or the things that have to be considered in a code of conduct, which could include processes for conducting investigations. It may set limits as far as what the potential outcomes of an investigation under the authority of council. So it may link it to censure outcomes or things like that. We're lucky though, the province is working with the LGMA and with UBCM. So the two documents, the report references, they're going to build on that. So whereas those reports are really the best practice, and this is the spectrum of things that any one municipality could consider, what will likely happen is the minister will pick, this is the bare minimum you need to do in order to meet the legislation, and that's what we're waiting for. I would highly doubt though, if our council were to undertake the work, that if the principles came up after that, that we wouldn't have met them. They're going to be very obvious principles, very minimal standards. And then as long as we're going by the best practice guidebooks, we should be in really good standing come the new year, regardless of what the minister decides to do. No problem.
Thanks, Ms. O'Connell. And next we have Councillor Moore. Or Mr. Marshall, did you want to respond right now? My apologies. Oh.
Just wanted to provide a clarification. So we're talking about two different things here. It's the Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Theos. We're talking about public hearings. So that's in relation to rezoning applications. But the other aspect of the Bill 26 is the delegation of authority for a staff member to approve variances. And so there's two, I just wanted to make sure we're not talking about public hearings across the board. We're talking about public hearings for zoning, and we're talking about delegation of authority for variances.
Thanks for that clarification. Appreciate it. And back to you, Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just on the topic of the codes of conduct, there's been a lot of movement in the province with elected officials looking at this even prior to the province bringing this up. And it's pretty problematic, actually, the whole topic. So I'm hoping that the next council will have and staff will provide some good opportunity for discussion on this. And the reason I say this is that we've seen multiple situations across the province of people leaving local government positions because of conduct towards them. And the tricky part of this is the council still in control of these decisions. So if you're sort of the lone person being harassed or bullied or whatever, and don't feel like you have a voice, you can be basically outnumbered and not have any issues addressed. I know there's many people of color and women in particular who have left positions. And my hope is that, again, after the election, that there's some real attention paid to this, because I've brought this up before. It creates huge barriers for people getting into decision-making spaces if we don't have the correct or the effective mechanisms to hold people to task for their conduct and make sure that that people are good people are not leaving decision-making spaces, especially when they're representing the diversity of the community. So I just wanted to throw that in there for consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And Councillor Frisch, I'll go to you, and then I'll come back to Councillor Theos for a second comment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Maybe it's too early to talk about it, but I was interested in the delegation of decisions. And the question I would have is if we did move forward with moving these decisions to a staff member, if a developer had the answer of no for their variances, could they then appeal to council? Would that be obvious, or is that something that would also have to be discussed?
Mr.
Councillor
Marshall.
First, through the mayor. So yeah, this is the kind of thing that we would develop as part of the parameters around the delegated authority is, you know, what if kind of thing. So that's something that would be brought back, you know, after we've had some opportunity to feel out the development community and maybe some neighborhood associations as to, I mean, one person might consider a 2-foot, you know, side yard setback insignificant. Oh, well, we'll just delegate that. But it might be really important to that next door neighbor. So kind of a tough thing to decide which of these things you would or wouldn't, you know, get. But I think there would need to be some kind of public process, whether it's, you know, a letter to the immediate neighbors who are most, you know, impacted by these things. In my last job in Ontario, we had so many variances that we were months behind. Like you can only go through so many in a given period. And so, you know, not only did you have to wait to get to a development variance permit hearing, but you had to then wait a couple of months more because of the backlog of applications. So in that case, it really would save a lot of time. But no, I think you need to have some kind of public process along with the delegated authority.
Right, and I'm thinking the same thing. You know, it's a bit of a slippery slope if we have a set of rules and there are situations where they don't apply. You know, maybe we need to change the rule. It's kind of what it comes down to, or maybe the rules are too stringent if we're always passing the same thing. And maybe that's more what we should be doing, is looking at these particular items and seeing if there are some changes that opens it up a bit. I mean, obviously, some get through that maybe wouldn't have before, but at the same time, yeah, like you said, you don't want to be backed up and slowing down the whole system, and nothing's ever perfect. So I know in some very rare cases in the United States, there are places without building codes, so not building codes per se, but zoning codes. And of course, they get a very eclectic collection of different things in neighborhoods. But yeah, it's just, I know there's a spectrum of what's possible. So I'm not sure which way I am thinking on this, but I'll let you know when it comes up. Thanks.
And thanks, Councillor Frisch. And I think one of the big things is by having an OCP that gets updated on a regular basis. That's another thing that really informs these kinds of decisions. Because I mean, our current OCP, that's, you know, 2005, but the work on that was done before that. I mean, it's a long time, and things have changed and modernized. So that's probably part of the equation as well. Mr. Garvin. Don't touch it again.
I think council is aware through our deliberations and the official committee plan that there is a significant amount of modernizing to do with our rules. And so I would anticipate through the combination of OCP implementation and fine tuning to the zoning bylaw and the comprehensive review that we're going to address some of those items. We really need to look at the history. So I really appreciate it.
And Councillor Theos.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just for clarification, if I may, please. The line here where it says the power to waive public hearings that was established by the province is connected with the zoning bylaw being consistent with the official community plans. And the reason I find that troubling is that there's an interpretation that then becomes part of the decision making here, and that interpretation it can be different for different parties. And you know, reality is that the provincial government themselves, the provincial government, so whoever the government is of the day, but they are involved in rezoning projects along with private developers, and this to me has a bit of a potential of being a conflict and, interpreting one project differently than another project, for instance. Is that possible that could happen even? So what I'm saying is that two projects come in front of us and or in front of the council, and one is interpreted as being consistent with the official community plan. Who lays out those parameters of what's consistent and what's not, as in terms of variances, and the other one may be judged as not being consistent with the official community plan, but to others, people might argue and say, well, that was very consistent with the official community plan, and why was that public hearing waived for the one project and not waived for the other project? So I think it opens the door for, again, with winners and losers. And I'm just asking if by waiving particular amendments, and again, I really respect and encourage to have a more efficient process, but could that happen?
And Mr. Garbutt's going to speak to this.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you for the clarification, Councillor Theos. Again, these are all questions that I think will be deliberated by council in the development of that. That you've described a situation that you would like to avoid, and so that's why we would develop good policy. So I think if we can leave it at that, ultimately council decide if they want us to develop policy or not. We have some recommendations in front of council, and we would take your direction.
Yeah, getting too far in the weeds today, I think might be a bit complicated, because considering we're just talking about creating the policy, and once there is policy in front of us, then that would be a point in time where we could maybe dig in, get some examples like, if this, then that kind of thing. But right now, staff are just asking for the opportunity to create that policy for us to give feedback on, if that makes sense. Councillor Hillian. Or, Mr. Marshall, did you want to respond as well? Give me 1 second. Sorry, Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the authority to not hold a public hearing is at council's discretion. That is already a tool that you have. Whether you want to use it or not is up to you. The sort of new aspect to this is the delegation of authority for variances. Now, variances don't tend to be land use density type issues that are related to the official community plan. I mean, if you're talking about a reduction in a side yard or a 2-inch increase in height of a building, that's not necessarily something that you're going to say is compatible or in line with the official community plan. So I guess it's really sort of clarifying which of those variances you think are things that staff could take care of with some public input, obviously. Yeah, so the public hearing tool to waive it is already in place, and now we're just talking about how or whether you're interested in looking at delegating some portion of development variance permits.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have a problem with these recommendations, particularly in regard to minor variances. All over the country, we're hearing about the need to speed up approvals so that housing can get built. And if we can get clear advice from staff around what constitutes a minor variance on a particular application, no problem with that. As far as public hearings, I would remind us that we did waive a number of public hearings in the early stages of the pandemic. We would get a staff recommendation to that regard, and a letter would go out to people in the neighborhood along with advertising, and we would still get feedback from the community before making the decision. I'm assuming that would still be available to us, and we would get a staff recommendation one way or the other. So I don't see it as being a huge change. As far as a code of conduct, good news. I thought we had a code of conduct that was developed in the 2011 to 14 term. Maybe it needs to be dusted off. Of course, the problem with those things is how are they applied? What are the consequences for breaking them? Who monitors? And like the road to hell being paved with good intentions, I think oftentimes councils adopt these types of procedures and then don't necessarily follow them. But anyway, look forward to that process coming forward. My primary question was about our public notification process. And maybe you can clarify, staff can clarify for me, if this includes how we actually describe what is at issue. And I'll just give an example. I was recently in the city of Victoria and saw a couple of development projects where you had the sign on the lot, and it described in really clear terms what exactly the change was that was being proposed, as opposed to what sometimes appears like a lot of jargon in our current processes. And I'm just wondering if that aspect of plain language that's readily understandable would be incorporated into this notification process.
Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Councillor Hilling. That's a great question. So the legislative update does not change the requirement to identify things like the PID and a legal address. But if you have taken a notice of some of our new advertising and our new legislative ads, we're now including in plain language a purpose statement. So we're including all of the typical required language, rezoning it from, M2 to C2. But now we're saying, for the purpose of building a single family detached home or for a carriage house, so we're adding that plain language description in addition to including the legalese that is required. That's something that was never restricted before. It's just part of modernizing and updating the way we communicate, which we have been doing for about at least the last year or so.
Okay, and that would include in the signs that go up in the actual site.
The on-site location signs, that is not something that is legislative. So as far as the rezoning applications go, we do have to do the radius notification. So that's something that we would have that plain language within. But as far as the on-site signage goes, I would defer to the Director of Development Services because they are the ones who are solely responsible for that form of signage.
Okay, and just as a further follow-up, we've had input to this council over the years regarding the scope of notification we give on a rezoning or other such process. And, there's certain standard, and then there's an ability to waive that. Do we see any changes in that through Bill 26?
Thank you. So that is not the radius notification requirements for rezoning application has not been amended or changed through Bill 26. That is something that is established either by policy or by bylaw. So if there was a rationale for it to be brought forward to extend it, so for example, in extremely rural areas where maybe 30 meters only encompasses a single house around the impacted area, I have seen that done before. But again, it really is dependent on where you're conducting the development, as well as what the Development Services Division deems to be required notice. So that's something that we could do on our own that is not impacted by Bill 26 at all.
Okay, so that's still available to us. And 2700 Mission, I think, is one example where we gave broader notification than was required by the bylaw. So thanks for that.
And maybe just to follow up, Mr. Marshall, on that purpose statement that Councillor Hilling is talking about, is that something that would be contemplated through this, or is that actually a separate thing, considering the fact that our notification already has those purpose statements, that plain language that Councillor Hilling is talking about in terms of the signs that are actually at the property themselves?
Yeah, so as Director O'Connell was saying, there is certain information that is required to be on the signage and on the advertisements or the notifications. But then after that, it's up to us as a municipality what information we want to include or not include. That's up to us to decide. So as long as we're meeting the minimum information requirements, the legal requirements, then we can provide any additional information we want after that.
And so those signs, are they supplied by the city or are they supplied by the developer? Like the signs that go up at the property themselves?
I believe they're paid for by the applicant, but the city has them made and installed.
So getting that purpose statement on those signs really would fall within our jurisdiction.
Yep.
So I guess going back, is that something that's really contemplated here, or is that comment that Councillor Hillian had, is that kind of unto itself, considering we're already putting those purpose statements in our public advertisements?
It's I haven't looked at any recent ones, but it's certainly something that we could include. It doesn't require any motions or any direction from council. We can certainly just provide that purpose statement.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Mr. Carpenter.
Thanks. I know Councillor Frisch hasn't yet gone, but ultimately we're receiving a significant amount of feedback around development approvals, development processes, et cetera. And I would anticipate in 2023 through working with council and strategic planning that would be an item that development services would likely be bringing forward themselves and or working with council to get some direction on that. It's really important that we have good, tight processes. The feedback that we got from the development community related to the new official community plan is such that time is of the essence. And so good communications and good approaches will go hand in hand with the new policies that we develop.
Yeah, thanks so much. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, good Mayor. I would agree with Councillor Hillian that I'm not too concerned about the change in the public engagement side with the public hearings. I agree that we already have the option to waive it. I think staff have already considered that in the past and can continue doing so. And this doesn't really change that. But the piece on the development variance permits and delegating that to staff, I am a little concerned, and I don't know that this is the right time to consider those changes, especially since if we pass our new OCP, we're considering rewriting, bylaw 2500, which is our zoning bylaw, and possibly changing our zones considerably. So I think it might be premature, in fact, to start considering these things. So if a motion does come out of this, I'd be happy to support the first half, but probably not the second half at this point.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, Councillor Hillian.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I believe there is a recommendation, and I'm prepared to move it, subject to whatever variation people like. I'll move that council direct staff to develop policy on public engagement related to development applications and draft a bylaw to consider the delegation of development variance permits for the approval of specific types of minor variances to staff.
Okay, thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch, want to speak to it?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was going to suggest an amendment much in line with what I just said, and that I'd like to amend it to include the first half, which is directing staff to develop the policy on public engagement related to development applications. And in fact, end it there, and to omit the draft bylaw to consider the delegation of variance permits and so on.
Okay. So that's
I'm moving that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I will move that.
Councillor Hillian.
We don't need an amendment, Mayor. You can just sever. There's two aspects to the motion. If we just sever them into two, we vote on them separately.
That would make me happy.
Okay. There you go. And Councillor McCall.
Well, now that we've severed it, I don't know that I need to make the same point, but I'm in support of both parts of the recommendation. It does refer to minor variances, and we'll have the opportunity to review the policy when it comes forward in the bylaw. And we've seen plenty of minor variances where the neighborhood has been engaged and there's been no real concerns that have come forward. And I think those kind of applications could certainly be reviewed by staff. So I would be happy with the recommendation, the way it's been drafted, but if we vote separately on it, that makes sense too, so.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And so with that, just to be clear, we are only discussing now that the two portions of this motion have been severed. We're just considering the council direct staff to develop policy on public engagement related to development applications. So with that, are there any further questions or comments on that part of the only part of the motion that we're considering? Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just to clarify that development applications includes the notification and all the different aspects of public engagement related to rezoning and development permits, and not just the development variance permits in the second half of the recommendation. Is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, so I guess it could be interpreted that you're saying that it's just public engagement generally for development applications, and that would include all applications. So if you wanted to be specific to rezoning, then I think you would need to say that.
Mr. Garvey.
For clarification, the Bill 26 amendments around public hearings, that's the substance of the report. But just further to some of the comments that councillors have made, we will likely look at that, on an ongoing basis. But this is Bill 26. Bill 26 addresses public hearings for official community plan, for rezonings, and that ultimately what we need to do is develop policies that would support the engagement of people whilst considering waiving that public hearing. So my apologies if the resolution is a little bit ambiguous. We probably should have clarified in that statement that we would develop policy to support the consideration of applications where we are waiving the public hearing for rezoning.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's a helpful clarification. I'm in support of that.
Thanks for that. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none on the motion in front of us, all those in favor? Any opposed? And we have Councillor Theus opposed. And next we have the second half of the severed bylaw. Somebody like to move that? Councillor Frisch.
Sorry, are you asking me to move the second half?
Well, or somebody, not necessarily you.
Sure, I'll okay, well, I'm not going to move.
Based on your comments before, I was surprised with your light on. So, sorry, Councillor Hillian.
Well, not to get too picky here, but my understanding is that the entire motion was already moved and then we severed it. So that both are actually on the floor. Cleaner if we do it again. All right, I'll move the council direct staff to develop policy on and draft a bylaw to consider the delegation of development variance permits for the approval of specific types of minor variances to staff.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And sorry, I'll be reading my Robert's rules tonight on severing motions, so I'm more prepared. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, so a question for staff. I wonder if they already have in mind what they would consider a minor variance. Is it, or as was mentioned earlier, a small minor variance to one person could be a significant variance to another. And so that's the question. And just to, build on that, a lot of our variances right now might not be that relevant once we rewrite our zoning bylaws, which we're committing to do if we pass the OCP. So, this might be something that really doesn't need to be done for at least a year or two. So that's the question.
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. Really appreciate the question. It may be premature. We have legislation that's been out there for a little while. As of this meeting, I'm not personally aware of jurisdictions that have done this delegation, and it may very well be because of some of the issues that have been raised. On our side as staff, the legislation has been out for a little while, but we see an opportunity to potentially respond to the provincial initiative, but We're not indicating that this is critical work, and if council doesn't choose us to head down this path, we can address it at a later date.
Right, and sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Garbutt, back to you.
My apologies, I just had my subsequent. Now, in other jurisdictions in Ontario, they have a committee of adjustment where 10% of the value is considered a minor variance, but that's a slightly different process. So it could be considered that may be a standard, but it hasn't really rolled out very widely yet.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. So would it be helpful to look at examining this at that time that Councillor Frisch is suggesting to maybe amend it and say during the at the time of the rezoning bylaw review?
So is that, I'm going to look at Councillor Hillian, is that a deferral to consider this at the time of? Yeah. Yes.
So you would have to, if you make that just completely changes what motion is.
Okay. Or be withdrawn, yes. So just, and Madam Clerk, maybe I'll put your mic on just so you can say that to everybody. So it's perfect.
I apologize if I missed anything. I was just trying to clarify what the motion actually was. But you would make an amendment that completely changes what a motion is. So you might want to either vote on the motion or we could withdraw it if council has changed what you would wish to do here.
And
so just clarification, Mayor. So if what I'm proposing is just saying that we're still considering it, but we would consider it later during the bylaw rezoning bylaw review, that's okay. That's what my intention was.
Yeah, my apologies. I did miss that part. So if you're just deferring it to later, if you're just adding a date, then that you could do that as an amendment. Yeah.
Okay, so that's more like a deferral then? Okay.
mm-hmm. And Ms. O'Connell.
Sorry, if it's a motion to defer, that's a motion that would now take precedence on the floor. So it depends on how you're providing it. Like if you're just deferring it to another date, as it is, like, are you going to keep the original writing of the motion and defer consideration of that question to another date? Or are you changing the language and deferring it simultaneously?
I wasn't intending to change the language.
Then it's a
but I don't have a
standalone.
specific date because it would be at the time of the rezoning bylaw review.
So that is a standalone deferral motion that would take precedence on the floor. It would not be debatable. And essentially the motion that's currently on the floor would be put aside until you dealt with the referral motion. If council then votes to defer it, then the discussion or the debate on the original motion is now deferred until that later time when that trigger happens. So it's not an amendment, it's a deferral, and the deferral takes precedent.
Are you making a motion to defer?
I think that's the intent.
Councillor Hillian would like to say something, and we also have Councillor Theos. So maybe we'll, if you're okay, Councillor Moore,
yeah,
we'll
that's
just,
fine.
you can turn off your little thingamabobber, and Councillor Theos.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and in this scenario here with the variants that are minor, I look at it and I say, well, I could see that how the minor variances could really hold up the process and do hold up the process. And going back to the minor variances, if they were to be, if there was to be established in the future, a definition of what they would look like, and the ability to have those public hearings and not be public hearings would offer an opportunity for a total package to be in front of people, including the minor variances that were waived. So I personally actually have see this as much more effective of moving the process along with still giving the public the ability of saying they're providing their feedback on the total package, including the waive variances that were there. So I'm actually looking at this as favorable from my perspective down the road if we did it right.
Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Moran for not moving to defer so I could actually say this. I don't see any problem with us just passing this, giving staff the tools they need. They'll put the work into it whenever it makes sense in relation to the rest of the OCP and zoning bylaw process. And if the OCP and zoning bylaw process means that there's less of this to do, then so be it. But I think we're just wasting time right now. Staff are asking us for an extra tool. If we give it to them, they can do it when it makes sense to do it, and it's over and done with. Thanks.
And thanks, Councillor Hillian. And again, they'd be suggesting a tool for us to then vote on. So we're not giving them carte blanche. We're just really asking for that policy to be developed. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. I was just going to suggest that we could just defeat it and staff could bring it back in 6 months or whenever they think it's appropriate. I don't know if they want to do the work or not. But if staff tell me right now that they're happy just to have this sitting in the list of motions made and want to tackle it sometime down the road, I'm happy to support that. So that's a question for staff. Are they happy to have this sit on the docket till whenever they think it's appropriate?
And I would infer by the fact that it's in our agenda that the answer would be yes. But having said that, yeah, Mr. Garber.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. Based on council's direction, we would add these two items to the management report, and through that report establish a timeline, and council would then be aware. I'm really happy to use that tool to communicate.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, we've had a great discussion. We've severed a motion. But that being said, with motions on the floor, again, this is just the draft of bylaw to consider delegation of development variance permits for the approval of specific types of minor variances to staff. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. Look at that. A great discussion. Thanks everybody for that and for those that are following along. Next we have bylaw enforcement and urban issues update, and there is a recommendation. I'm not sure if I want to speak to it. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council approve the placement of non-smoking signs in city parks and along city trails to discourage smoking activities, and that the corporate services budget be amended to reflect the necessary reductions in other services to offset a $25,000 financial variance to increase bylaw services and purchase protective gear, and that the bylaw policy review be brought forward for council's consideration as part of the 2023 budget process. And further, that the Public Works Services Parks Division budget be amended to reflect the necessary reductions in other operational services to offset all financial variances required to sustain the current urban issues service level.
And I just on point two, Councillor Hillian, what I heard you say was 25,000, but what I have in front of me is 20,000. Is it 25? Oh, maybe I have it.
20,000. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it looks like my mistake is 25,000.
25 is the right one. Okay, 25,000. Okay, thanks for that clarification. It's been moved and seconded, and I will pass it over to staff if they'd like to speak to this. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you. And I've got a PowerPoint presentation to go along with this one as well. So this is the long-awaited update report from Bylaw Services. It includes several different areas, kind of gives you a snapshot of what we've been doing over the past year and a half, as well as our response to urban issues, and then talking a bit about the resources that led to the recommendation that was just read by Councillor Hillian. So to start off, areas enforcement that are most prevalent, we have a lot of bylaws that all have enforcement mechanisms behind them, but the most common have to do with environmental protection, such as the tree protection and management bylaw, safety and enjoyable neighborhoods. So that could be things like the nuisance bylaw, Parking, pedestrian safety, so that's traffic control. Accessibility is also traffic control. So you see the photo of the overgrown hedge there that may be preventing individuals from being able to access our lovely sidewalk infrastructure. Building and zoning. So are you operating a business where you shouldn't be operating it? And have you built a house that is not safe to be in? And then last and not least is animal control. So off-leash dogs, dangerous dogs, and things of those sort. The nice thing is if everyone follows the rules, we have a very happy and welcoming community. 99% of the time, enforcement is not required. We are able to get voluntary compliance. So this is really just when we've exhausted all other avenues that we go to the enforcement mode. Next slide, please. So we have bulked up the bylaw services division over the last year and a half, going from one officer and at times a temporary part-time bylaw manager to 2 full-time officers, as well as a full-time bylaw manager. We have been seeing some excellent outcomes from the addition and capacity, including our largest investigation as well as fines ever issued by the city. Most recently, the fines were issued after a significant investigation process to 2 companies, amounting to a total fine of $214,000 due to the cutting and or destruction of 107 trees along a protected waterway, protected by covenant and riparian area. In addition, we also were successful in applying the nuisance abatement bylaw and then nuisance and cost recovery bylaw, which we received over $22,000 in abatement charges from the property owner in 2021. And we have also issued $15,000 in fines to the property owner as well, since council authorized the nuisance order and we were actively pursuing compliance on the property. The property has been sold and has been in compliance ever since. So that file had been ongoing for quite some time. So we definitely consider that a win and success as far as giving the neighborhood some peace of mind that they were very well deserving of. Next slide. So in response to urban issues, it really is a variety of things that happen in regard to us becoming a larger city. These things are common across municipalities of our size. It's actually more common to see in even smaller municipalities these days. And definitely the larger cities on the mainland have been experiencing them for decades. So a lot has to do with the lack of affordable housing, the general lack of mental health and addiction supports. COVID-19 definitely exacerbated things. So anyone who was on the verge of becoming homeless or who may have fallen into a relapse with an addiction issue, COVID did not assist in people's recovery. And then also the existing capacity of current service providers. They were hit with the pandemic unbeknownst to them, just like us. And the amount of time it takes to get funding, to get staff, and to respond to the immediacy and the immediate impacts of the pandemic were very challenging. And we haven't seen a scale up in the response of service providers, not because they're not trying, it's just a bit more complex than that. So what this is all resulting in, and really as we start building our databases, this is more based on the experiences of my officers, as well as feedback from the Coalition to End Homelessness and the Comox Valley Transition Society. But we've definitely seen an increase in the number of encampments. Whereas a year and a half ago when I started, we were looking at kind of 3 or 4 hotspots. We're now probably more like 10 plus. We also have an increase in the encampment size. So whereas previously the feedback was maybe 3 to 5 residents, we're now 5 plus residents in most of these encampments, and as well as a number of locations. So we have regular communication with outreach with the RCMP, with Public Works, who may encounter individuals through their parks processes on any new locations that may be popping up as people try to seek shelter in the absence of accessible housing. As mentioned, Bylaw Services works very collaboratively with the Transition Society, with the Coalition to End Homelessness, and really only as we need to in the event of a challenging circumstance that we are unable to deal with safely, then the RCMP is requested to support. I will say we are a bit of a unique model in the fact that we do work hand in hand with the nonprofits and the outreach organizations. Typically, they don't want to be associated with an enforcement body such as bylaw or the RCMP. That has not been our experience here in Courtenay. And I think one of the reasons why we've managed to maintain such a successful relationship and collaborative relationship is we seek their input on the way that we're approaching urban issues. For example, when we were developing the standard operating procedure to respond to encampment situations, we actively sought input from the Coalition to End Homelessness and incorporated their perspectives into that process and have their support on our approach. Next slide. Keeping parks accessible to everyone. So there's a bit of a harm reduction approach to all of this. So individuals who are living rough or living unsheltered, in the absence of garbage cleanup or regular services such as access to toilets, which is definitely more prevalent in the more forested areas. Having a clean and safe space is equally as important to them as it is to any other users of those public spaces. So our crews, when they go in with bylaw, will clean up needles if they're present, will take away any other waste that may remain, and generally restore the location back to its original condition. That way, any individual, whether an individual experiencing homelessness or another member of the community, have the ability to enjoy that space in a safe manner. We do work very closely with the Public Works Services Urban Issues Response Team. So my bylaw officers will go in after providing notice and work with the individuals to have them pack up their belongings. Anything that is left, and this is always with consent, we're not taking anything that somebody hasn't identified as not being something that belongs to them. The Public Works crew will then remove any debris that is left behind. And again, the RCMP, as well as emergency response, sometimes when we're doing operations in the morning, it is not often, but possible to encounter somebody who may be in a state of overdose. So my officers have been trained in naloxone administration and do call the RCMP, not the RCMP, sorry, the emergency services when required. And I have heard from each of them that we've been very fortunate, and each of the phone calls made has resulted in a life saved, not a life lost. So if my staff weren't out there rousing folks in the morning, who knows what our opioid crisis overdose numbers would look like this year. We do communicate with outreach organizations on any new locations that we find, as well as if and when we encounter individuals that are unknown to us. We are a small, close-knit community. We let them know what services are around, like this is the Transition Society, this is Connect Access Center, this is Dawn to Dusk, this is Sunday service, and point them in the direction where they can receive some supports. Next slide. These are just some examples of the site remediation. So as you can see, we're not talking about people's belongings. Like these aren't tents that people are inhabiting. This really is debris that is left, that is discarded, and we're taking a space and just returning it to where it was. Next slide, please. This is at City Hall, so same thing. Again, the tents are dismantled. Folks can move them around. Anything that they don't want anymore, we will happily take for them and take them off to the dump station. Next slide. Again, these are some more photos of the site remediation. So like any tent situation, it's usually the tent that's removed by the occupant. Sometimes depending on the condition of the tent, the occupant might say, don't worry about it. It's time for a new one anyways, depending on the condition of the tent. That is not overly frequent though, where someone would abandon a tent. The nice thing is we do have access through the Connect Center for new survival gear as well. And my understanding is they're ordering more, but we haven't seen a lot of abandonment of good quality and tents in good repair. One thing of note, and why the Urban Issues crew is so integral, as well as the daily inspections, these are daily accumulations. So the photos I showed you, because these are all the locations we do on a daily basis. In the event that we weren't attending daily, you see that accumulation, and you can imagine it over time. The cumulative effect of the debris or the waste takes a lot more time to deal with. It also makes it more difficult for my staff to get in. The amount of work that the Public Works group has to put into removing items, can become extremely unsightly very quickly. And as well as the damage to the environmental system as well. You find new places to place debris or things that you don't have a place to to put into a proper garbage receptacle. Next slide. So with that, I will say that the service level, when we started in 2022, we were only looking at a couple of locations as far as daily inspections. As my presentation has pointed out, we have seen quite a dramatic increase beyond what our current budget is supporting. In order to maintain this service level until the end of the year, additional resources are required. We're not asking for more resources to come out of, reserves or surplus or anything like that. It's more along the lines of shifting some priorities and using, if any, cost savings in other areas to offset some of the additional costs that we're seeing this year as a result of the urban issues response. The cost of not undertaking this work is you would see a decrease in service level. So when I talk about going from maybe 2 to 5 or 6 daily encampment inspections a day, we would drop back down to 2. You would then see the accumulation of the debris in those certain areas, as well as some of the larger cleanups. So for example, Millard Park, which is hard to access. Condensary Park is the same, the unimproved area. Often because it's hard to access, there is a large accumulation as people try to kind of get out of, gain some privacy and be able to stay in one space longer than a day or two. We use a private contractor, but those come at a significant cost. And as of right now, we are 75% spent of the budget for this year, but we're only halfway through the year. So essentially, we're asking for the authority to do the budget amendment to cover the cost of the urban crew to keep up that daily service, as well as bringing on some more full-time casual bylaw officers. So each encampment inspection under the safety requirements does require a 2-person team. So you can imagine all of these efforts that are taking place on a daily basis are keeping us away from doing things like parking. And when you've got lots of development in a very vibrant downtown core, those are things that are really important to our community as well. So the money that we were asking for on the bylaw side would be used to cover some additional shifts, not to increase the service response to urban issues, but to allow us to get back to some of those other more standard areas. The last but not least is the addition of some protective gear. So in learning more about how different municipalities are dealing with urban issues, constantly getting feedback on what we're seeing within the field. It is recommended through the risk assessment and the safety assessment, and it would be consistent with other municipalities that our officers be outfitted with stab-proof vests. The difference between us and the RCMP and the approach to the vests is they would be like t-shirts. So they would not change the visible appearance of the bylaw officers. They would not look militarized. It would really be, the intent would be to maintain their current more friendly and opening demeanor that they are presenting daily, and really just to provide them with that extra layer of protection without altering or creating a sense of greater authority, which can actually lead to conflict when we're addressing individuals with lived experience. So next slide. So the recommendations that are before you talk about the budget reallocations, both for corporate services as well as public works services. There is, because we have been dealing with creating standard operating procedures as well as some other more capacity daily challenges, the work that needs to be done regarding the bylaw policy review, I was hoping to get it started in 2022. Really, it's a huge undertaking, and realistically, it's not going to start until 2023. And then the other piece is just the additional budget for the casual bylaw officers and the protective gear. And then, the smoking requirements is that this is a bylaw that will be done this year, which is a public space and parks regulation bylaw. So that'll cover the update that came out of the 2015 BC Supreme Court ruling regarding camping in public spaces, as well as the smoking regulations. So it'll be kind of more of an omnibus bylaw. So that's where we want to put our attention to, is updating and working on that bylaw, and then we'll deal with the policy review in 2023. Slide. Any questions? And I can answer anything to do with the bylaw side. And then Kyle Shaw, Director of Public Works Services, can answer in regard to the urban response crew and the budget amendment related to public works.
Thanks very much for that. So first question is Councillor Horn. Oh, sorry. Councillor Theos.
Oh,
My apologies.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. And, thank you for that overview, Kate. You described it very clearly and I really appreciate it. Much appreciated. What was described to me, and to many people would be, an issue that they're seeing on a fairly regular basis for the last few years. And, to some at some points, as you had mentioned, it's more than at other times of year, obviously weather depending. But the issues happen in our parks and in our people's backyards, railroad tracks, etc. As in terms of the cleanup and the costs, there's the mental health component, and there's also the housing component, which would fall in the hands of the provincial and federal governments. Do we have support financially from them to address some of these costs possibly?
Thank you, Councillor Theos. Partially. So the COVID restart funding that was provided in 2021, that's how we were able to hire our second bylaw officer. So that was fully paid for through the COVID restart funding. We're also seeing some gains as far as the support of social services through the Strengthening Community Services Grant, which is funding provided through the federal and provincial governments. So that is what has enabled the Connect Access Center to reopen 6 days a week. And by providing that centralized service, it is diminishing some of the issues within the field. So as far as that goes, yes, but in regard to the ongoing kind of outcome or what you're seeing as a result of a lack of housing or a lack of social support services, no, there isn't any directly earmarked funding as far as a transfer goes from the province or the federal government. At the same time, it is something that is regularly raised both by politicians, including Courtenay City Council, as well as UBCM, as well as the LGMA. It is definitely an extremely hot topic, especially in regards to downloading discussion. So we are getting some funding, we are being heard to some level, but there's a lot more work to do, and we would never say no to more money if it came our way.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. The first thing I wanted to say was around the smoking. I was at Vanier's grad on the weekend, and one person lit up a smoke in the crowd. This was outdoors. And that was really quite annoying. Reformed smoker from many, many years ago. But I think what happened was because that one person lit up, then the other smokers thought, oh, I guess I'm allowed to do this. So then by about halfway through the ceremony, I had a really bad headache and my throat was raw when I got home. And this was an outdoor event. Mm-hmm. So I know Councillor McCollum brought this up at the beginning of our term, and I'm happy to see it going forward because it really is, it's annoying. And it's a health issue. And of course, it's a fire risk as well in those outdoor spaces. So thanks for that. Just I know this is more Kyle's department, I will have one question at the end here. But when you talk about how the numbers have increased since the shelters, overnight shelters have been closed down, or the temporary extreme weather, et cetera, it just, completely reinforces what we've been a broken record about having a purpose-built shelter for people with that increase in numbers. So I have a question about the debris accumulation, and I really appreciate how we're looking at trying to keep on top of it so it doesn't snowball. And I know that I had brought up a while back a new service that was coming to town. I don't know if it was integrated response. I was trying to find it in my emails. And I know that the Coalition for Homelessness was in communication with this program. And that was to really go to these encampments and have dialogue, et cetera. So I guess my question is around, do you see people in those services helping folks to try to manage the debris that's there? Like, are they being given garbage bags? Are people coming to help clean up aside from our staff support? We know with mental health issues, there can be some behaviors that around collecting things, et cetera. So I think that this is very complex, and it's not necessarily people just wanting to live in a field of debris. Basically, there's often things that contribute to this, and one of them can be not having a place to dispose of your refuse. So that was one question. And then the other thing I wanted to ask was, in terms of support for our staff who are out there, we did bring up, I think I brought up and others have as well, I'm sure, the concern for staff who are now in these frontline positions. And we know our staff who are out there, we've heard wonderful things about them. But it is traumatizing to administer naloxone to people. I've done it. And it's like any kind of first aid response, someone with a cardiac arrest or whatever. It's something that is traumatizing if people are having to do this regularly. And not just that, just basically being around folks who are in distress or a multitude of issues. I'm just wondering what we have available for our staff, perhaps beyond EAP or those kinds of things that recognize that this kind of work can be stressful and traumatic. Thank you. So basically 2 questions there. Thanks.
Thanks, Council Moran. So in regard to the first part, it had to do with garbage bags and other supports at location. I can speak to what the bylaw staff are doing, but as far as the other outreach groups go, Courtenay is relatively big, and we don't often encounter each other in the fields. And we're not often asking individuals what type of support they're receiving from others, more just pointing them in the direction of supports they may want to access. But what I can say is the bylaw officers do take garbage bags with them. So when they go to an encampment, they say, hey guys, just to let you know, especially if they're new to the community, which is less often than you think, they'll provide garbage bags, let them know what time they'll be by tomorrow morning or each day. They can be expected to have the bylaw folks show up on site along with the cleanup crews. I will say many of the individuals experiencing homelessness, when they're provided with the right means, we come up and half the garbage bags are already full. And we saw this on a daily basis at City Hall. There are always some that are more willing to help than others, and some who are in a better condition to be able to help, whereas others it's just not possible for them to assist even if they wanted to with that. Another example is during the heat dome, my bylaw officers brought ice cold water with them. They will provide water in those circumstances as well, and give people advice as to where they can go to seek some shelter in the event of a heat dome as well. So the other part to do with staff support, we are looking at a very robust training program this year, provided funding from the Strengthening Community Services Grant, which includes mental health and addictions training, culturally informed practice, trauma informed practice. We have had a lot of support from the fire chief. As you know, the fire department has extremely good record when it comes to supporting individuals through trauma. So my bylaw division is very small, to the point where, when an individual has had a traumatic experience, in addition to referring them through the EAFP program, the fire chief has been gracious enough to reach out and give them some advice one-on-one. We will look at developing more formal processes as things evolve. I will say, although my officers have responded to an overdose situation, none of them have actually had to administer the naloxone themselves. In their typical experience is that it's the other individuals within the encampment that administer it. It may be my officers that are aware of the state of overdose, but it's often the people who are also in the encampment that are the ones taking the life-saving action, and then to be followed up by the emergency services or the paramedics after that.
Could I just have a quick, I just wanted to say that, you know, we often receive criticism that we're providing services outside of our mandate. And that's due to often not getting the supports from the places where they should be coming from, or that we hope would. But then, of course, if we do nothing, we receive criticism. So, I mean, I'm happy that we're actually not ignoring people, and that we continue to put pressure on our higher levels of government to get the funding and services and resources that we need. Because I don't really know what our community, you know, what would happen if we just started ignoring it, because then we'd just be getting more criticism. So I'm happy to see that that we're doing this work and still holding out hope that we'll get the resources that we need. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Is my mic on? Oh, it is. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on a few items on the report. I'm certainly supportive of the recommendation, and just wanted to comment on how the numbers around our unhoused population really jumped out at me. 89 people waiting on a wait list for supportive housing, and over 90 people, individuals accessing shelter services. It highlights the issue that we've been raising continuously with the province in terms of the need in our community. And this report really just highlights the direct impact on the city of not addressing these at the provincial level, and just how much that impacts the city's resources. We had our biggest budgetary increase in the bylaw department, and the annual report presented next in the agenda also really highlights just the exponential increase in demands on the bylaw enforcement over the last 3 years of the city. And this report speaks further to that, that even trying to accommodate for that increasing demand, we're still needing to do budget amendments because it is so hard to keep up with all the things that come out of not housing people when they need it. The other question or comments I had were just around the smoking signs. I'm happy to see that we're going to move forward with getting some signage up in our parks. My first question is whether or not the signs fit within our current budget, if there's room in it in our public works budget for those signs. And additionally, when we expect to see those in parks, as this is kind of our busiest time for people using our public green spaces.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. As far as the logistics go as rolling out the signage, I had a good conversation with the Director of Public Works, and it was basically like, if we get the go ahead, we'll start working on the signs right away. We are going to look at making the sign so when the bylaw is adopted, we can just add the bylaw enforcement reference number to the bottom of the existing signs. So not having to kind of reinvent the wheel or anything like that. We will find the budget and the time to get this done. It's been waiting far too long, and I just appreciate that council is satisfied right now with this interim approach, with the promise that the more formal and final bylaw component will be adopted prior to the end of the year to give it some teeth in the event that we need it.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Thanks for that. Yeah, just to comment on that as well. Of course, we want a bylaw with which to base this on, but I would say that it will probably have the same impact on public behavior with or without the bylaw, as it's unlikely that we'll have bylaw enforcement going around. And it really is about public pressure and what's accepted in our public spaces. And I think a sign will do the trick. So thanks.
And again, thanks to Councillor McCollum, who brought this up quite some time ago. Well, maybe we'll have a ribbon cutting or something when the signs go up to celebrate. I know it's something that you've been very passionate about. Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. And just as an aside on the issue of signs, I was walking up with my family from the Sims Park concert last night and saw that Public Works has in fact put the directional sign up to direct people to the Herbaloo. So kudos to them for that. I've got 4 specific questions that I'd like to respond to on this. And as with others, I really appreciate the work of our staff in this very difficult area. As staff know, we hear a lot as council members from people in the public about issues in their neighborhood and in the community in general. So my first question is, you showed us a picture of the area at the bottom of the steps behind City Hall, which has been a frequent gathering place throughout the past year and a half. And recently, I think a large amount of dirt was placed at the bottom there, as well as the fencing on the grassy area at the top. And I'm assuming this is related to remediation. Some people interpret it as an attempt to keep people away. And so I just wondered if you could clarify what's going on around City Hall in relation to the work that's gone on there.
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. With respect to the works at the upper portion, we had some very significant issues, damage to the landscaping, and we had some situational safety issues. So in the upper area, it's remediation. That's why that fencing's in place, and then we're going to determine what kind of treatment that we'll do in that location. You may recall last year that became a very large and consistent gathering place. It is not a park, it's a public parking lot, and we need to address some issues in that area longer term. With respect to the land adjacent to the Riverway Walkway below the stairs, it was identified as a very significant safety issue. We had a number of interactions with the public and some very significant items that were addressed there. And so we have adjusted the landscaping so as to ensure that it can function for its intended purpose and also manage some of the issues that were there. At this point, it's ongoing. We have an excellent relationship with Courtenay Valley Transition Society, and our bylaw staff do an excellent job there. Again, that's actually a public thoroughfare. It's also not a park, and we need to manage the situations that are developing there. It's by no means the solution to the issues that we have, but it's a situational treatment similar to the landscaping issues we had to deal with in the upper area.
Thanks for that. And I do appreciate that. Of course, many people have contacted us regarding feelings they may have about encountering individuals congregating in groups, perhaps using drugs, perhaps involved in other activity that is not always easy to look at. And of course, we know that these are issues that if you were doing them in your home or the place that you lived, they wouldn't draw public attention, but because they're often unhoused individuals, it becomes a cause for concern. But I appreciate it's been an ongoing challenge for the city to manage, and those sound like reasonable steps. Getting back to bylaw issues, part of the report addresses major issues with one particular problem house, which it took us a long time to resolve. And it appears to have been resolved. And of course, what happens? Another problem house pops up. So I just wonder if staff could let us know how we're approaching these issues where we start to get frequent complaints about a neighborhood issue. Sometimes there's suspicions of criminality. Sometimes there's concern about debris accumulations or activities that might constitute a fire hazard or might create noise. Sometimes it's maybe not as specific as staff would like, but we have homeowners who feel intimidated based on the activities of somebody living next door, and they may in fact be somebody who is vulnerable and is being taken advantage of by other individuals who are less concerned about what people think of them. I'm just wondering how our staff What are some of the constraints that we work under when we're trying to resolve some of these situations that can quickly become chronic and spoil the enjoyment of people living in their homes?
Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian, and I'm glad to say I prepared for that question. But basically, constraints are right. So the first thing we do when we receive a complaint is one of my officers will respond and conduct an investigation. So in the event of debris, that's really easy. It's visible either from the street or from the adjacent property. That's an easy one. In the case of a debris or an unsightly premise, the next question is then usually to do with derelict vehicles or other materials that are on the site. So then we have to inspect the item. So is a derelict vehicle has a classification, it has to have been uninsured on the property for a year. So the first time we're told about a derelict vehicle is the first time we're made aware of it. So the clock starts then. There are other parts that go to a derelict vehicle, like it's obviously, buried in the grass, in the back and immovable, like that's a bit different. But each of these small pieces actually have their own sets of criteria that have to be evaluated to determine if it's an issue. The other one as well is, the accumulation of debris to one individual may be deemed unsightly to the city when it comes to our standard of enforcement. It meets the compliance or the level of compliance that the city is able to enforce at. So then we have to be mindful of not getting into a realm of where the city then becomes a harasser on behalf of a neighbor who may be hoping that those who live around them have a higher kind of pride in property. Sometimes folks, it's not because they don't have pride in property, but because they may be struggling with mental health, maybe a senior citizen, unable to mow their lawn or take care of a property that's gotten out of hand. In regard to noise, we have a noise bylaw that is a time window. So it's not a decibel, it's nothing like that. So people are basically allowed under the noise bylaw to make noise from one time in the morning till one time at night. Where in the event of persistent noise, where you can show that it is persistently impacting someone's ability to enjoy their property, then you cross over into the realm of the nuisance bylaw. A nuisance bylaw has to do with persistence as opposed to a single occurrence. So then you move into the realm of having to prove persistence. So that is done through things like call logs. And call logs need to be corroborated. So ideally you have call logs of more than one person who show similar times. So it's not as simple as folks think. And we go through a process of elimination. Is there a single offense? Okay, we're going to seek voluntary compliance. No voluntary compliance, then what are our enforcement mechanisms? Is it a fine under the MTI bylaw? Or is it a nuisance where we have to look at it over a period of time in order to make the case that it's a nuisance property? And that often happens for something that's not clear cut under an individual bylaw. I do recognize that members of the public or the complainants can often get frustrated with the amount of time this takes. When they don't see action within 2 or 3 weeks. However, even if we give somebody a notice of non-compliance, we usually give them 2 weeks to bring it into compliance. If they don't bring it into compliance, then we have to give them notification that if they don't do it by a certain day, we're going to do it for them. So you can see how even an expedited process when it comes to something like an unsightly premise can be, on the best day, a 6-week start to finish. And that is assuming that everything goes really well. So it's very, very challenging. In regard to criminal activities, I would just encourage any neighbor who suspects criminal activities to consistently and constantly let the RCMP know. Bylaw does not deal with criminal activity. We do not report criminal activity that's reported to us to the RCMP as a third party. We do on all of our information online say we have the online reporting tool for the RCMP. We provide the non-emergency line number. And we clarify who does what within our city in regard to enforcement and try and make it accessible. But again, if it's criminal, report. If it's bylaw, take pictures, let us know. We'll continue to investigate and explore options for compliance.
Thanks very much. Just on that point, I would say 3 or 4 years ago, we had a certain amount of disagreement between the city and the RCMP about whose responsibility was what. And some citizens would report that the police would tell them that it's bylaw and bylaw would tell them that it's a police matter. I'm just wondering if in your assessment, have we made any progress in that regard? And has our nuisance abatement bylaw with the tools that we've put to use helped in that regard?
Thank you, Councillor Hillian. The relationship we have with the RCMP is very, very good. So they're fully aware of the hours that my staff are on, and they do their best to augment bylaw services on the weekends or the evenings when the city bylaw staff are not working. Just like bylaw officers prioritize safety-related complaints over non-safety-related complaints, reliance on the RCMP to respond to what would be a bylaw matter, so non-safety related noise or public drinking. It really depends on what else they're dealing with at the time. So, you know, if they have more urgent matters, such as a criminal matter or something that is more life-threatening, then those bylaw-related matters are placed further down on the priority for a response list. At the same time, the RCMP do have the ability to write MTI tickets, and I know they do because we have them submitted to us at City Hall. So we do receive tickets, usually to do with noise, so parties that are taking place at night. But again, the RCMP get there when all of the other safety, more pressing priority matters from their perspective are addressed. So if it's a slow night, we get lots of bylaw tickets. If it's a busy night for the RCMP, they may not be able to respond to a noise complaint.
Thanks, and thanks for your indulgence, Mayor. I'm at my last question, if you're okay. So, yeah, this is a tough area. I'm guessing that if we doubled our bylaw staff, we'd probably get to some complaints sooner, but we'd still have to go through the same due process, and people would still be waiting for some of these challenges to be addressed. But I know that the increase that we have made has helped, and hopefully that's something that we can continue to do. But my question is related to the partnerships that we have with other agencies, and one that you didn't mention was the Island Corridor Foundation. And as you know, that's an area of town, the tracks, which creates a lot of concern. We have campsites there, we have other activities there, and in particular in a part of the community that has a number of facilities. And I'm just wondering, what is our engagement with the Island Corridor Foundation in relation to campsites in that area, given their apparent practice that no campsites are allowed and they've got trespassing signs up and all that sort of thing. It's an area where we get a ton of concerns, particularly from vulnerable people, at seniors at Kiwanis Village and in other parts of the neighborhood there.
Thank you, Councillor Helene. So we do have a land agreement for a portion of the trail along there. So the portion that comes under the city control under that agreement, we treat like any other public property. So we do patrol, we do enforce the way that we do all of our other public locations. In regard to the land that is owned by Island Trust that's outside of the scope of our lease agreement for the trail right of way, it is seen as private property. So it's their responsibility as a landowner to ensure that the property is maintained in an appropriate state. So one of the things we do is when we become aware of an encampment, because they don't have folks patrolling all the time, is we let them know. And then really it's up to them to make sure that they're addressing their private property in a way that's consistent with their own policies and procedures, as well as their service level. So our service level is not something we can dictate on the private property owners, unless we want to take a perspective of them being a nuisance property, which I would not recommend, because they've been a wonderful partner and we hope to continue expanding our trail network.
So when we encounter security in that area, they're working for the Island Corridor Foundation and not the city, even though it might be the same company that we both use.
As far as I'm aware, any security patrols the city has engaged are securing or are patrolling public property facilities only. So if you see footprints on Island Corridor property, they're the largest security provider in the Comox Valley. And I would highly, highly suspect that that is being paid for by the Island Corridor organization.
Yeah. Thanks very much. I realize we could go on considerably more, but I'll leave it at that for today.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Councillor Hillian. And I don't see any further questions at the point. I have one little one, and maybe hopefully it's a little one, but just there's been some reports with loud vehicles and racing, those kinds of things. And again, I think to Councillor Hillian's question in terms of who's responsible, who responds, those kinds of things, if you're able to speak to that, Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much. We deal with this question every summer when all the motorcycles come rolling through town. When they are driving on the road, they're covered under the Motor Vehicle Act. If you are sitting in your driveway revving your engine, that is a bylaw issue. So driving, moving on the road, RCMP, sitting in your driveway, revving your engine, that's our issue.
No, fair enough. And the examples that I was shown or given in some emails, they point to, the city of Victoria or other places where they have their own police forces. But given the fact that we are sort of beholden to the RCMP and their priority list, I think that's one of the challenges. Thanks so much for that. It's been a lengthy conversation. I see no further questions or comments. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And next we have the annual report. Would somebody like to move the motion? There we go. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council approve the City of Courtenay 2021 annual report.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're really happy to provide this document for your review. Ms. Anguillo, who led the team with the assistance of Lisa in our communications department and the directors and staff and throughout the city, put together this report for your consideration. And I do know that this was the subject of some conversations at our strategic planning session. We took those conversations to heart, and we've made some quite significant changes to the report. Anne is going to provide some overviews of that. I just wanted to acknowledge that this is, although it's a statutory tool and required by the province, we really see that as a really good opportunity to do some clear description to the community what things have been happening over the year. And we are preparing some information later about kind of what's happened through your term as elected officials. So Ms. Guillaume is going to give us a presentation, and individual directors are all available to answer any questions you have of this annual report, should you have any, in their areas of responsibility.
Thank you through the CAO to Mayor and Council. I'm here to present the City of Courtenay's draft 2021 annual report. The community charter requires all municipalities in BC to produce an annual report every year by June 30th. To meet legislation, the annual report was available to the public 2 weeks prior to today's meeting on the city's website and at City Hall, with required notice through statutory newspaper ads. Your city communications team also distributed a news release and prepared a social media campaign to highlight some of the availability of the annual report and also some of the information within the report itself. So today I'd like to share just a few of those highlights with you. Next slide, please. The format of the annual report is shaped by the city's strategic priorities, aligning highlights and statistics from every city department with the strategic direction of council. Next slide, please. One of the city's strategic priorities is building on our good relations with Comox First Nation and practicing reconciliation. The annual report highlights the city's commitment to Indigenous reconciliation, including the adoption in 2020 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP. Reconciliation is also one of the core values of the city's new official community plan that is up for council for reading later this evening. Next slide, please. Oh, great. 2021 was a very productive year at the city, and I'm now just going to touch on a few of the major projects because there were many. First, of course, the 5th Street Bridge project. This was the city's largest infrastructure project in decades. The bridge project itself was technically challenging, involving the rehabilitation of the bridge deck and beams, removing the old lead paint while protecting the surrounding marine environment, and recoating of the steel structure. In addition to the complexity of the bridge project itself, there was a lot of planning and preparation for traffic impacts to keep the bridge open to one lane of traffic, as well as safely accommodating people traveling on foot, by bike, as well as transit and emergency vehicles. Communication with community partners and the general public was a top priority, both leading up to and throughout the duration of the project. We relied heavily on social media for this project, as well as regular media updates, newspaper ads, as well as the project e-newsletter. Next slide, please. Progress also continued in 2021 on the update to Courtenay's official community plan. Following extensive community consultation in 2020, the focus in 2021 was reviewing feedback and shaping the plan itself. The draft plan was released in January 22, followed by a variety of consultation options, including online survey, virtual town halls, and presentations to community partners. Next slide, please. Work also continued in 2021 on the Greenwood Trunk Sewer connection in East Courtenay. This project was the city's top priority in the sewer master plan and was needed for current and anticipated development of East Courtenay. Construction began in 2020, and as council was aware, this was a very challenging project. Work was ongoing throughout 2021. The Greenwood Trunk was happily completed in early June 2022. Next slide, please. And of course, the city was busy adapting programs and services throughout the year in response to evolving public health restrictions and guidelines. This was most heavily impactful with our Courtenay Recreation team, where staff needed to remain nimble and responsive to changing restrictions so that they could adopt recreation programs and services. And sometimes this needed to happen very quickly, and communications was part of that as well. Other city facilities throughout the pandemic focused on expanding virtual options, including council meetings, just like this. Next slide, please. It's a long meeting tonight, so I'm just going to highlight a few of the fast facts from the annual report. You may have seen some of these on social media over the past couple weeks as well. So first, some very strong results from the city's occupational health and safety program. Since 2013, the city has reduced the number of workplace injuries by 60%, and our lost time injury rate is below average for municipalities. So this means that our strong safety record is also lowering costs. The city is getting a 15% reduction in our municipal base rate for our annual workplace WorkSafe BC insurance premiums. So that's great news. Next slide, please. In 2021, the city of Courtenay shifted to a new add-a-day collection schedule. In preparation for this change, city communications and public works staff collaborated on an extensive public education campaign, which included outreach by direct mail, newspaper ads, radio ads, news articles, and social media. Feedback from the residents about the communication for the rollout has been really positive, actually. To illustrate the success of the campaign, we can look at the number of subscribers to Courtenay Collects, which saw a huge jump in subscribers starting in December 2020 when the campaign began. By the end of 2021, there were over 3,400 households subscribed to the app, which represents 38% of households with curbside collection. We can also measure the success of the education campaign by looking at the number of questions about the new schedule to Public Works. They only received 57 inquiries about the schedule throughout the entire 2021 year. So that shows that people were well informed about the schedule changes. Next slide, please. The previous staff report at tonight's meeting outlined the efforts of the city's bylaw enforcement team. So I won't go into great detail other than to show this graph, which clearly illustrates the increase in bylaw enforcement hours since 2019. The Courtenay Fire Department responded to a record number of calls last year, over 1,000. The department also performed over 1,700 fire inspections, and their public education programs restarted in the fall once COVID-19 public health restrictions eased. Crews also deployed to the Deca Lake and Douglas Lake areas last summer for 20 days total, which not only helps out these communities in need, but also provided our Courtenay fire crews with really good experience that they can use here at home if a situation arises. Next slide, please. This slide talks about our finance department. So just illustrating that in the last 3 years, there has been a gradual but steady increase in the number of property owners who pay their taxes by the due date. That's great to see because it represents hundreds of properties saving the automatic 10% late payment penalty that they would otherwise have to pay. This is a statutory requirement. 2021 was also the first year where the homeowner grant had to be submitted directly to the province. So that was another big change in 2021. The communications division works very closely with our finance team every year on public education and communication around property taxes. Next slide, please. Next, we're just going to look at our cycling network. Over the past 3 years, Courtenay's cycling network has expanded by 8.4 kilometers, which has helped create key connections throughout the city for those who travel by bike. Right now, work is underway on the 17th Street corridor to complete that important link in the cycling network between Fitzgerald and the Rotary Trail. This project is fully funded by the governments of Canada and British Columbia. Courtenay's efforts were recently recognized by the organization People for Bikes, which ranked Courtenay at number 77 out of 565 small cities in North America for cycling infrastructure and accessibility. So the progress that Courtenay is making is gaining attention. Next slide, please. And finally, 2021 was another busy year for development in the city of Courtenay with a 50% increase to residential construction values over the previous year. We've also experienced a 5-fold increase in commercial construction since 2020. And this concludes our formal presentation on the annual report, which represents just a small sample of the information included in the report. To view the full report, including the city's 2021 financial statements, visit our website at courtenay.ca/annual report. Thank you for your time, and I'll now turn this back over to the CAO for any additional comments. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And Mr. Garbutt.
Just wanted to conclude just by saying there's some really important data that's contained within that annual report. And I just wanted to acknowledge that with Anne's group's leadership, we're starting to build those indicators of what we do as a business. There's 3 years of data in the report. Ideally, we'd have 5 years. We'll build that to 5 years and then we'll update that. These are really important aspects of the community services that we deliver. We need to have steps to reach out and confirm with the community that we're delivering the services they want. Those are next steps. But there's some really important improvements and additions to the annual report. And I just want to acknowledge that we at a staff level, they took that initiative, and it also was an important discussion point, as I said, in our strategic planning session.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just thanks, Anne, for this report. It was just filled with a number of really interesting pieces of information. There was one which struck me, which was also part of one of your slides, and that was the reduction in workplace injuries that we managed to achieve in the city. That's a really remarkable achievement. And I was noticing in that graph that in 2018 to 2019, in 1 year, we had a 50% reduction in injuries. And I would just kudos to all of our staff, but I was wondering, and perhaps you're not the person to know this, just if there were new policies or how we'd achieve those kind of really remarkable successes in terms of keeping the people who work for us safe from injury. I have a follow-up after that as well.
So Ms. O'Connell is responsible for that area, and I'll maybe get her to speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor Cole Hamilton. As much as my department would like to take full responsibility, Josh is really led by the culture of the city. The safety practice is really led by the culture of the city. So we have an amazing Josh committee that means to talk about safety initiatives. Pardon?
Oh, sorry. What does it stand for?
Josh. Oh, sorry. It's the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee. So it's a mix of both the employer as well as the staff. And so we look for things that are coming down the pipe. We talk about issues in common, and we look for solutions in order to enhance and maintain the safety standards. We've also had several different campaigns over the last year to actually encourage individuals to report near misses or to report items that may be smaller or people may have not reported previously. It might seem a little counterintuitive to think that more reporting is a good thing, but it really is, because if we don't know what the issues are, we don't know how to address them. So having an increase in reporting has allowed us to address some of those issues that had previously resulted in injuries in the workplace in the past. As I mentioned, safety really is built into the culture and process of what we do daily on a daily basis. Regular safety meetings, we have safety gear that's covered through our collective agreement. We have a process for updating our risk assessments that both management and staff are intimately involved in. We review incident reports to see if there are opportunities to make improvements in order to prevent instances from happening again in the future. So we're very proactive, very reflective. And really, it's the collaboration between all of the staff, as well as union and non-union, that are working to keep ourselves and our colleagues safe on a daily basis.
Well, thank you. And I think if nothing else, that stats, I think it's perhaps one of the most important stats in there, just to know that that we are managing to achieve that. And it speaks of a very open and collaborative workplace culture that people feel free to speak out and to make the changes that are needed. And it's anyway, I'm very proud of our community for being able to achieve that. And another's just, there are many numbers in here, but one number that really stood out at me is, of course, housing is an enormous issue in our community and a huge challenge, and more could always be done. But it was remarkable to see that in the last 3 years, 1,236 new units were constructed in the city of Courtenay, which is a very considerable number. I was curious, I don't know if anyone has stats that go back further than that, whether that shows a marked improvement in our ability to get buildings up and homes for people, but that speaks to a longer term trend.
Mr. Garment.
And this is Mr. Davis's area, but he's relatively new to the organization. We're taking steps to work towards that, and that's why it's really important to include that data. And I'd like to, I think as we develop that, we can speak to it a little bit more. But I would say that historically, Courtenay has been seen as a place to get things done. You have heard maybe more recently that we've had some challenges in that regard, and we're going to get, that's definitely a focus area. And some of the improvements that Mr. Marshall's been doing in terms of early engagement on files with things that we talked about through the OCP are going to be really important to continue those trends.
And a follow-up?
Thanks. Just a comment. Definitely more work can be done. I know that staff are definitely thinking about that, but I think it shows that we're coming from a fairly strong starting place to begin with, that when we see, anyway, that considerable number of new homes being available for people in our community. So thanks to all staff for that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to touch on that around the new development, and just to reiterate that was during COVID, and I know that our building and planning department was, really busy during that whole time, and actually saw a lot of increase in productivity there. So that's also to be commended. I wanted to ask about, I know that the gas tax funding was mentioned in the report, and we're getting, more funds through there, which is going to really great projects. I was just curious about if there's any reporting on other grants and how much grant money we've brought in and whether that's increasing, because it certainly seems to be increasing, that we're getting more and more grants every year. And of course, this offsets what our taxpayers pay when we get all this extra money. So are you able to report on that, or?
Mr. Garber.
The document itself, as you said, didn't quantify grants themselves. Mr. Shaw and Mr. Davidson are online. If you want to give an overview of grant that you're aware, we can come back to council and just quantify for that. I think it's important for you to know that, but just generally.
Sorry, and even across the organization in terms of arts and culture and any other,
Okay.
any other grants, it would be nice to know how we're doing and yeah, thanks.
I think we could just put together a little report for you and come back with that just so it's comprehensive. So in this forum, it might be a little bit hard for us to identify it all, but I appreciate that and we'll report back as quick as we can.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Morin. Appreciate that. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, and thanks for the presentation, Anne, and a really great annual report this year. I was really impressed with the new format and just how great the new graphics are and just 3-year comparables and what information was highlighted. I just found the whole thing much more digestible than our previous way of presenting this information. So just really wanted to express how much I thought it was improved over our previous years. Something that really jumped out for me was just how much our pandemic response ties into just about every aspect of what's highlighted in the report, save for a few exceptions, whether it's, you know, more postings in the HR department or help desk tickets with IT or new meeting formats delivered for council and public hearings, recreation openings. It's almost a little bit boggling to see it all collated in one report, the amount of adaptation that staff have had to address over the last couple of years. I was just really impressed to see how much work we've done. You said in your presentation it was a very productive year. I would certainly concur, a very productive year indeed. And yeah, I'm really proud of what's highlighted here, the work that we've done around reconciliation and our council priorities. And finally, something that really jumped out for me is just how much our communication and community engagement has improved over the last 4 years. There's a number of examples in the report of the various direct community engagement that we're doing, but also the report highlights, you know, our engagements on social media and how much more connection that we're getting with our residents. So I just wanted to pass along my kudos for that aspect of the report as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Theos.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions, and yes, the report is really it's easy to follow. So I also agree that really well done as in regards to the layout. Just a couple questions. In regards to the tax notices and property tax question that was brought up, I was interested in knowing how do we keep figures on how many of our citizens are actually deferring their property taxes? In the report, they gave the mention about late fees, the amount of late payments, but I was also interested in knowing the percentage of population that is deferring their taxes, if we do have that information. The other one I was interested in.
Mr. Garbutt will jump just so we don't get stacked too many questions together.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chair, I just got a note here. We can report back to you on that. We track that information for sure. We just don't have it at our fingertips just for this meeting.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Garbutt. I guess we're getting from the communication standpoint, more communication is out there, and the Instagram and other methods of Facebook, etc., of connecting with people seems to be effective. When it comes to the Courtenay Collects, just was interested in your perspective of the numbers here is in terms of calendar views, it goes from 20,000 to 31,000 to 139,000. And that's, and you know, as in terms of the amount of people subscribing, yeah, there has been an increase, but I mean, jumping from 1 year from 31,000 to 139,000. I was just wanting your perspective of, is it because there was more confusion about the dates changed and people often were viewing that calendar more often? You know, I'm not sure why people would be going to that calendar that often, or is it a good thing?
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you through the mayor. I know we did have a significant amount of interactions and now we have this accessibility. Mr. Shaw's on the line. I don't know if you can provide any insight into that.
Sure, thank you. Thank you through the CAO to mayor and council. I think it's a bit difficult to predict why and how someone might use the online portals to identify specific changes within their calendar, but I think it's fairly easy to expect that there was a huge uptake in views of the calendar as a result of the added day with the Courtenay Collects app. And so when your time or your day were to change, there's a confirmation to ensure that you're doing the right thing on the right day. And that has subsequently resulted in quite a bit of uptake in terms of use of that particular app.
Thanks, Councillor Theos and Councillor Hillen.
Thank you, Mayor. As with others, I really like the look of the report. It's also terrific to see Ann Gio presenting to council, and I would look forward to communication staff perhaps presenting to us again at some point for a more thorough discussion about our whole approach to communications and social media and such. I do have a question about the plan and whether or not we've potentially left something out. I looked at page 34, which spoke to economic development, and what we have there is the strategic priority, and then there's 4 items, and there's almost an expectation on the part of the reader that you're going to turn the page and perhaps get some detail on those items, but you don't necessarily. In particular, I don't think that we've got to really any mention of our relationship with downtown business, which really is a significant part of what the city does. So I'm just wondering if that's perhaps an omission that we might pay more attention to in future.
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Thank you through the mayor. I appreciate your question, Councillor Hillian. Just in terms of what we include or didn't include in this report, we did have some comments on length, et cetera, previously. I think you've identified pursuant to the first bullet under actively pursuing vibrant economic development. We do engage almost on a daily basis with the BIA, and there's a significant amount of work in our next review. I'm sure we will highlight that.
Right, and I certainly don't want to be critical because, as I said, the report looks really good, but we have a number of our strategic priorities laid out in each of the sections, but not necessarily information to follow up on particular items. So I don't know whether it would be a good idea to have a note somewhere that encourages people if there's something that they'd like to follow up on. For example, what are we doing to continue to explore innovative and effective economic development opportunities? Who do they talk to? Who do they call? Or something along those lines. Thanks.
Fair enough. No, I appreciate that. And I think, when we look at this document, I mean, just again, to reiterate, I think that the common thread here is just how tickled pink council is with the presentation of this annual report, how much more digestible it is, which means it's more effective and people are going to get more information on it. And it does remind me a lot of the vital signs reports that we've gotten in the past, which again are very targeted, very effective in terms of getting information out to people. And one of the things that vital signs does is it does say, here's the digested version, so it's easy to read. But if you want, you can go to the source materials if you've got, difficulties getting to sleep or something. Read the much bigger, more effective stuff. But I do appreciate all the comments on that. That being said, we do have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? And again, huge kudos to staff. And in particular is going to get probably most of that kudos because she spoke to us tonight. But I know the whole team came together to make sure this information was presented in such an effective way. So again, huge thanks. Next on the agenda, we do have the 2023-24 RCMP municipal policing contract. And we have Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council provide approval in principle for an expenditure cap of $7,706,167 for the 23-24 municipal policing contract, of which Courtenay is responsible for 9%, approximately $6.9 million.
That's been seconded. And Mr. Garvin.
Thanks. Our Chief Financial Officer, Adam Langmar, can speak to this.
Excellent. Nice to be here once again, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me loud and clear?
We can hear you just fine.
Excellent. So the purpose of my report today is to get Council's approval in principle for the 2023-2024 contract year. So municipalities are asked to give approval in principle for police strength in the upcoming years. This aids the provincial and federal government to appropriately plan for the needs of the on the RCMP. As in prior years, the city is continuing to request 31.4 members. This is the same as prior years and the current year's strength, so there's no change. This approval is only in principle and still provides council time to consider changes to the strength of the RCMP throughout the next coming months. With that, I would like to request that council does approve the strength at 31.4 for a total expected cost of 7.7 million, of which 90% is borne by the city because our population exceeds 15,000, and that's all.
Excellent. Thanks so much for the report. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. As we all know, the RCMP wages went up significantly in the past year, and there was a lot of pushback on the federal government for support to municipalities to alleviate the cost of that significant raise. And I'm just wondering if our staff have any idea whether we've been successful and any relief is coming, or are we basically stuck with that?
Mr. Garvin.
As of today, no. I know that there's been a strong lobby through FCM to do that, but there's been no indication. And I would thank our previous financial services staff to do very good planning to try and accommodate this. And of course, that would be a wonderful assistance. But at this point, we're seeing nothing. And Mr. Langmar is nodding, so I've got that correct.
Councillor Hillian.
Thanks for that. Perhaps just to follow up, we could be reminded of how much of our tax increase this year the RCMP contract actually represents in terms of the increase in that.
Adam, do you know the increase?
I do not have that number memorized.
Well, it's my sense that it's a significant amount of our increase. I believe the expenditure is at least $1 million over what we paid last year, if I'm not mistaken. So that probably represents several percentage points of that 4.96% increase that homeowners are now seeing. Thanks.
And Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, thank you. Just with respect to specific percentages, through our financial planning process, it was clear that that was, although a huge and important part of our services, it was a huge and very impactful driver on the financial services plan.
Thanks for that clarification and for bringing that up, Councillor Healing. It's much appreciated. I don't see any further questions. Oh, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask a question along the same lines of how the approved versus the estimated kind of shakes out in the financial plan. Just looking at the approved from 2023 to estimated 2024. Oh, actually, I'm maybe looking at the numbers backwards. Actually, I'll just cancel that question because I was looking at the columns in reverse and thought it looked like there was a projected decrease, but yeah, that's not the case. So never mind.
All right. That being said, if there's no further questions or comments, all those in favor of the motion, any opposed, that passes unanimously. At this point, we are at 6:30, so I'm going to recommend that we maybe take a dinner break because we've still got quite a bit to go through. So with that, we'll maybe reconvene at 7 o'clock. That gives us 20 minutes to eat. All right, we'll get back to our regular meeting here, council meeting, and I believe we're on item 5.1, internal reports and correspondence, and we'll start with the update on actions related to supportive housing and affordable housing. If somebody would like to move that. There is a motion rather than receipt.
It is a receipt.
Oh, never mind then. We're good to go. Thanks, everybody. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. The purpose of this briefing note is just give a little overview of some of the activities that have been happening following our meeting with MLA Leonard and with Minister Eby. As it currently stands, we're working closely. We continue to work closely with BC Housing to just explore opportunities and make sure the city's in a good position to take advantage of the work that we've been doing. As outlined in the briefing note, BC Housing following up with our minister meeting, they've provided us some examples of MOUs that have been developed with Nanaimo and Kamloops. And ultimately, these MOUs are really built to talk about communication roles and to support discussions on negotiations for the planning, development, and service delivery of future shelter, supportive housing, and affordable housing projects. And I've been in touch with the city of Nanaimo, who has had a couple of iterations of this MOU, and they really report it's been a good way to track and develop just some deliverables that will help us move forward. John McGowan, who has replaced Malcolm McNaughton as a staff, is our delegate in this regard, and will be coming forward in likely the fall of 2022 with some more information on that. With respect to affordable housing generally, though, we've had a number of development approvals that have contributed to our housing stock. As outlined in the briefing note, we've had a series of applications. We have resulted in some of it's been contribution to our affordable housing fund. Some have included fixed or controlled price strata units, 5 of them, and 30 rent control units to date. And this represents a very significant impact locally. So when we understand the units that were approved and funded by the province within the communities of the Comox Valley, we think we're definitely making a dent. We still have a long way to go, and the official community plan will help in that regard. A few things that are worth mentioning as well. We've worked with nonprofit housing providers to support the approval of some housing projects, namely the Weiche Friendship Center project at the corner of 17th Street, McPhee Avenue. That was the subject of funding from the province. And currently, we're working with Habitat for Humanity on the completion of the Piercy Avenue project. And we're in development of an MOU with Habitat for Humanity to address the property at 2140 Lake Trail Road. It was passed on to the city some years ago, but the mayor and I met with Habitat to talk about the history, look at the transfer of this property, and look at an opportunity to potentially have density through the utilization of this public property that will really benefit. We're going to work through an MOU and report back in the fall. So if council had any questions, I'm available.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Healy.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the report. The report does indicate ongoing discussions with BC Housing in relation to potential sites and for the services that we've been advocating for. I'm just wondering if our CEO could comment on how optimistic you might be that we're actually going to see something in the not too distant future in that regard.
Thank you through the mayor, Councillor Hillian. You all attended the minister meeting. Mr. Eby was very direct in his comments to his staff. I'm confident that there'll be some progress made. The travel lodge complex continues to be utilized, I think, pretty effectively, although because it is not purpose-built, there's certainly some limitations. We'll work through those with BC Housing, and I hope to report back with some progress. BC Housing is very familiar with our community. The transitional units that came through the Braidwood project, Washington Apartments, the Junction. There's, I think, the leadership that the city has shown over the years under previous councils, current council, and previous administration, I think shows very positively. And BC Housing leadership staff and Mr. McGowan was the project manager for the Junction. So he knows and has seen what we can do in this community when we have the right tools. Secondarily, one thing that we're made aware of through the Transition Society and the project on Mission Road is that it's important to have BC Housing at the table when we're working through these items. As the funder, they need to be there, and they've committed to be there. And so we'll continue to involve them in those discussions.
Good, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That's unanimous. And moving on to Heritage. And are there any questions or comments regarding the Heritage Committee Advisory Commission? Sorry. All right. I might just, since I attended the meeting, I'll just comment that the clock is coming. So it's very exciting. It's been on the list for a very long time. All those in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Parks and Rec Commission minutes. And are there any questions or comments regarding those? See none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Pedestrian network improvements. Somebody like to second that? Hopefully we're starting to fall asleep now. All right, and with that, we'll pass it over to Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Shaw is here. He's provided a briefing on 4 pedestrian network improvements that are going to be roll out in the community in short order.
Excellent. There you go.
Thank you for that through the CAO to Mayor and Council. As the CAO articulated, just a quick briefing note to highlight key network improvements to our pedestrian network. The Arden corridor sees 3.
You may want to just move the microphone a little bit closer. It's sorry. Yeah, exactly.
A little better. There you go. Yeah, in response to a strategic priority of our council and our community, improving our pedestrian networks is vitally important to the continuation of our multimodal aptitudes. And the Arden corridor is going to see 3 upgrades within this particular area. One on the 1st Street at Arden, another at Lake Trail in Arden, and Cumberland in Arden. We've seen quite a bit of growth in the residential nodes in those areas with an unequal improvement to the pedestrian networks. So those crossings would be, provide quite a bit of increased mobility and safe mobility for pedestrians in the area, as well as a long anticipated one on Back Road at Tunner Drive. There's been quite a few requests for pedestrian crossing on that particular area as well. So we'll see some rapid flashers and thermoplastic crossing marks go down in this operational year.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And yeah, just huge kudos. I know the last 2 that you mentioned there on Arden and Tunner across Back Road there, certainly a lot of interest in getting safe passage there. So really appreciate that. Councillor Frisch.
This is a bit superfluous, but I'll just say what the mayor said, and I'm really excited to see this happen. And thank you very much. These crossings are really important, and that one at Cumberland and Road in Arden, of course, is crucial. So thank you so much.
Fantastic. I think Councillor Frisch speaks for all of council when he says what I said, which I think is pretty obvious. That I think again, just really glad to see the staff are kind of laser focused on that to make it happen. So Very appreciative. With that, we've got it on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And now into council reports. And I think we'll just go with the regular order. If that's all right, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Sure.
Do you have anything?
Just briefly to say that it was a pleasure to be at the flag raising this morning and also at the Pride flag raising this morning at City Hall and yesterday for the first Pride parade in the city of Courtenay, just down 5th Street on Sunday afternoon. And good to see so many members of council in attendance at both days. So yeah, thanks.
Excellent. And thank you very much. Friday, you attended the North Island College graduation ceremony. So I do appreciate that as well. I don't know if you want to speak to it.
Sure. It would be a delight. It was really just such a pleasure to see so many people able to celebrate that remarkable moment in person. And so I think President Dome said, if you can do all this work and get through it during COVID times, you're ready for pretty much anything. So it was it was a genuinely inspiring hour, and yeah, really a pleasure to be there. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Sure, Mayor. Oh, I got it.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I wasn't able to make it to the Pride flag raising today, but I did manage to make some time to get to one of the local pubs to celebrate. And I know I noticed that a lot of businesses in town were celebrating this month, and I was really happy to see that. And I'll also report quickly on the Junction Community Advisory Committee that I attended middle of June. So in general, things are going fairly well in that neighborhood. However, with the, I guess, warmer weather, there's been an uptick in some stuff going on around thefts, attempted break-ins, and fire pits, especially along the railroad corridor. And so staff might already be aware of these things, but it's of great concern to a lot of the residents in that area, especially those that live at 8th Street and Menzies, which is kind of closest to the railroad there. There is a bit of an initiative in our committee to hold sort of a community get-together, community building day that we want to put on, or event. The concept is that we'll put a tent somewhere in that neighborhood and invite people out to just talk about what's going on, or get together and have some barbecue or something. And maybe even connect up people to other people in that community, sort of, get to know your neighbor type thing. And it's possible that I'll be coming back to council, or fairly likely I'll come to council asking for a little bit of funding for that. It'd be very inexpensive, but yeah, I think it would be worthwhile to get something going like this on a regular basis there. So definitely challenges in the neighborhood. And if there's anything we should be doing with the urban issues response team, I'd be happy to hear about that later. So maybe I'll talk to you off the side. Thanks very much.
Excellent. And just as a follow-up, so is there a staff member that attends that meeting?
I don't believe we have a staff member assigned at this point, but yeah, if there was one that wanted to come to a meeting, we could do that.
Do you think there's value there? I guess
maybe not every time. Although we do have a member that comes from BC Housing, so that's nice. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we deal with a lot of the same issues every meeting because they're ongoing. So yeah, maybe every once in a while we bring an appropriate staff member and they can help me out. That'd be great.
All right. Thanks for that, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Hillian. And Councillor McCollum. Councillor Moran. Peer pressure, right?
Putting me on the spot. Yeah, I attended much of the same activities that other folks have. But I wanted to mention something that some of us attended, the Welcoming Communities Open House, which yeah, was a great event. And it does tie in a little bit with some of the resolutions I'm bringing forward later in terms of creating welcoming, inclusive community and anti-racism, et cetera. So I just wanted to say that was a great event and well attended. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor Theos. All right, I'll try to be quick. I only had about 28 things that I attended in the last couple of weeks. Some of the highlights presented to the Comox, Cumberland, and Courtenay Rotary Clubs over the last couple of weeks. And again, big thanks to staff for assisting and Gio and staff for making sure I had the right stuff in front of me to give the info out. And also presented a couple of bursaries to Vanier and the Nalatsi School, the Comox First Nation School. Attended the L'Arche Open House, attended the Heritage Committee, which I chatted about. We've had a few Ukrainian meetings. These are just ad hoc meetings that I called that have included churches, Rotary clubs. We've had MPs, MLAs, other mayors, the Immigrant Welcome Center, et cetera. And it's actually gotten so big now, it's now going to be moved over to North Island College. So just a big thanks to North Island College for providing some bigger space so that more people can attend. Attended the Comox BIA, downtown BIA meeting where it was basically discussing the sewer project. So it was great to get a sense of, the concerns that businesses have there, et cetera. We had our leadership lunch. Of note, the Covacon event at the Philburg, which is the comic book geek fest that happens over there with video games. The Miners Memorial Dinner, which I'm sure I saw some council members there in Cumberland. There was the Buffalo CC 115 retirement party that happened at the base. That was great. Last week we did the Comox First Nation flag raising in recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day, and then the actual Indigenous Peoples Day last Tuesday, and just the great Bannock taco. I don't know. I could go on about it. Development Center, Child Development Center had their ramp grand opening. And again, big kudos to the Rotary clubs and all the people who came together to make that project happen. We had the Wing Commander change of command. So JP Gagnier is the new Wing Commander, and he actually attended our leaders lunch. The Immigrant Welcome Center, open house, the Pride flag. And then today we had the Sartex do a demo at Ecole Puntledge Park Elementary, where the helicopter went around a few times, and the Sartex actually parachuted down and landed right on the field there, and then answered questions for all the happy students. So it was very exciting to see that happening, and for the city to be able to allow that to happen within our jurisdiction, I suppose, was great. And then lastly, I just want to make sure people, if you are still listening to all this, that coming up is one of the biggest days in Courtenay, which is Canada Day, to make sure people are aware of that and come out and celebrate. With that, we'll go into councillor resolutions and Councillor Cole-Hamilton. Unless you need somebody else to move it, but I think
it works the same either way. Yeah. I'll take on the reading. So whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, represents the interests of member municipalities and regional governments on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction, and whereas FCM's board of directors has established standing committees to facilitate more detailed debate and provide the board with recommendations on related policy and program issues, and whereas FCM standing committees are comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And therefore be it resolved, the City of Courtenay Council endorse Councillor Will Cole-Hamilton to apply for membership of the FCM Standing Committee for a period starting in July 2022 for a maximum of 3 years, or until such time as a resolution of council is passed directing otherwise. And be it further resolved that the city assume all costs associated with Councillor Will Cole-Hamilton attending FCM Standing Committee meetings.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And I think the motion itself was quite detailed, so I don't see any questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes. Again, thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, for stepping up for taking on that extra role. Next, we have the plaque request coming back for unfinished business. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council approve the request from Courtenay Hiram Lodge and Masonic Temple Society regarding or to install a bronze plaque on the sidewalk in front of the Courtenay Masonic Temple at 361 5th Street, subject to any concerns of city staff.
It's been moved and seconded. And again, this is just sort of housekeeping. This came forward at a previous meeting. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And notice motion, Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. This is regarding two resolutions. The first one is anti-discrimination in response to active hate. Whereas the city of Courtenay aspires to be a safe, supportive, and inclusive community for all citizens, regardless of race, color, ancestry, place of origin, religion, sex, gender identity, or expression, sexual orientation, physical disability, mental disability, marital status, family status, age, political belief, criminal conviction not related to employment, or any other protected grounds. And whereas despite this aspiration, incidents of discriminatory and hateful incidents directed at individuals, families, organizations, and businesses occur. And whereas to address these challenges, it takes a community working together to reinforce anti-discrimination values, create effective policies and programs, and build our community resilience. Therefore, be it resolved that whenever appropriate, the city of Courtenay state in both verbal and written material that racist, homophobic, and other discriminatory and hateful beliefs and actions will be condemned. And be it further resolved that staff report back to council on options to create or enhance access to safe and inclusive spaces in our community. Do you want me to speak to them separately? I was going to give just a brief description.
All right.
When I talked to staff about it. This came up because kind of spurred on by an incident that happened recently in the community. And I just wanted to thank staff for helping move the wording on it. And I can move the other one. Thanks.
Thanks.
Moving from inclusive to anti-racist, a path forward. Whereas the city of Courtenay is an inclusive community, but also recognizes and acknowledges the existence of racism in our organization and community, and our systemic foundation of colonialism, white supremacy, and racism. And whereas it is integral to challenge, I think that's a typo, embedded oppression and racism in an ongoing effort and commitment to working in solidarity with Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities. And whereas the city of Courtenay seeks to meaningfully respond to and commit to both dialogue and action to address racism and inequities in our city. And whereas the city of Courtenay recognize that significant time, energy, and resources are required to transition from an inclusive community to an anti-racist city, therefore be it resolved that the goal of becoming an anti-racist city be referred to the 2023 Council strategic planning process, and be it further resolved that decolonization, anti-stigma, and anti-racist training be included in the 2022 Council orientation. And I believe, unfortunately, there are a couple typos in there that I guess will get cleaned up if someone wants to second it.
Second.
You did?
It's a notice of motion, so I don't think they get second, but
Okay.
But that's as a notice of motion, those errors can be found and corrected. Did you want to speak to that one as well a little bit?
No, it's okay.
All right. I think they're relatively self-explanatory, but I just want to acknowledge Councillor Moore and you bringing these forward. Again, looking at some of the incidents of racism and stigmatization that happens in our community, and this is a framework to move forward.
Well, we can discuss it in more detail when it comes up. Thanks.
All right. Thanks very much, Councillor Moore. And now we are on to bylaws. So for third reading, and Councillor Moore, you have your microphone on. That was quick. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. excuse me, I'll move that council give third reading to the official community plan bylaw number 3070/2022, including the following amendments. 1, minor typographical corrections. 2, population baseline as 2016 instead of 2020. 3, adding annotation to the land use designations map that states that a neighborhood center will be designated at the corner of Ryan Road and Anderton Road at a future date. 4, removing a duplicated policy number 4 within the future growth land use designation section. 5, removing a duplicated policy NE 17 from the natural environment section. 6, adding text to clarify that the city will seek partnerships with community agencies to achieve the goals and objectives of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan in all growth centers, not just neighborhood centers. 7, amending the aquatic environmentally sensitive areas map to identify a number of water courses as ditches instead of streams. 8, adding a policy to community amenity contribution section to improve clarity that both amenities for affordable housing as well as public amenities will be negotiated as part of rezoning applications. And 9, exemption language added to development permit area designations for normal farm practices.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Staff had created a good report for this as well. Mr. Garvin.
Ms. Goddard is here to give a short overview of this very important bylaw amendment.
Hi there. All right, so through the mayor to council, good evening. I'll be presenting on those key changes that were just listed. These are changes that are following first and second readings, as well as following the public hearing. These changes are a result of what we heard at the public hearing on matters of technical merit as pertains to the purposes of the OCP and the guiding vision of our OCP, but there's also some changes that result as a result of staff conducting a further editing review of the document. So the first, next slide, please, is get my own next slide. So as discussed in the staff report, upon revisiting the population projections generated early in the planning process by the consultants, it was observed that the baseline date against which an increase in population has been forecasted is 2016 and not 2020, as was added in the OCP prior to first and second readings. Staff apologize for any confusion. This, however, does not affect the viability of the plan, as at the time of the growth model development, additional lands at that time were added to accommodate additional growth beyond what was modeled for. And a reminder, the growth modeling was for forecasted 4,500 more people, 2,900 more dwelling units. And as such, staff do not anticipate a concern with that baseline year being 2016 and not 2020. The map on the right shows in dark blue circles the areas where 70% of growth was modeled to be focused within the 7 growth centers. And then click. And then also actually 30% of growth modeled to occur in the light yellow urban residential areas. In the red, those are the additional lands that were added for higher density mixed use development to create more land availability and flexibility within the plan. And then of course, the green line, the green areas as well, future growth lines were also designated for future planning exploration as we get closer to build out. The green areas will require a local area plan to be conducted before any rezonings are considered in that area, and as such would actually trigger an amendment of the OCP in order to adopt that local area plan. So just wanted to give you a sense of where the modeling was all done for the focus areas and where some additional buffer lands have been added. Now, I'll just make a note, an observation about census and population forecasting. The OCP review started between census cycles, and given that the plan took a couple years to develop, by the time we're adopting the plan, we're necessarily further from that original 2016 census information. However, there will be opportunities to better align OCP updates with future census cycles. For example, we expect to be conducting more forecasting and monitoring of Courtenay's population estimates at more frequent intervals approvals in the future, certainly more frequent than the last update of the OCP in 2005. This is because the provincial government now requires that housing needs assessments be updated every 5 years. Therefore, the city will review the population estimates at the next housing needs assessment cycle to project when to next conduct a land capacity update for the OCP. 5 years since our last one would be 2025. However, the housing needs assessment, like the OCP, relies on population forecasting based on most recent population figures, and the next census is 2026. So if legislatively permissible, it may be prudent to wait to update the housing needs assessment when the data is expected to be released from the 2026 census. So staff will just be sensitive to those kinds of data availabilities, as I just wanted to share with you. A very minor change is an annotation being added. Oh, next slide. Thanks. Added to the land use designation map. Next slide, please. To acknowledge that while there is no formal neighborhood center land use designation for the Anderton and Ryan Road being proposed on this map, that the OCP supports that neighborhood center at this location. The written policies were clear on this, but however, we expect this map to be high profile. So we wanted it to be crystal clear on that. My next point comes a little later in your report, but I'll just address it here because it helps with my next slide. And actually, if you can click again so we can see the full slide. As a result of a number of public hearing comments from the farming community on the concern that riparian area setbacks could infringe on agriculturally productive areas, the city has added exemption language in the development permit area section, which is where the implementation of such setbacks would be administered. Under governing provincial legislation, farming activities are exempt from requiring development permits, provided they follow normal farm practices. This exemption was previously located within some of the specific development permit area exemption language. However, staff feel that in light of confusion on this matter raised at the public hearing, that clearer language is warranted. This means that new general exemption language has been added, such as on the left, and some language has actually been also removed from within the environmental development permit area exemptions, as the stricken language is actually entirely redundant with the definition of normal farm practices. As it was previously worded. And so I'll say a few words on normal farm practices. They are defined under the Farm Practices Protection Right to Farm Act to mean a practice that is conducted by a farm business in a manner consistent with proper and accepted customs and standards as established and followed by similar farm businesses under similar circumstances. The provincial government provides farm practices in BC Reference Guide to assist in the interpretation of normal farm practices. And this guide clarifies that environmental protection is an important part of normal farm practices. So therefore, removing this language will not affect the environmental protection outcomes expected by the province for farm practices on agricultural land. And as I discussed, the city has very limited jurisdiction. Now, for the map, next slide. We also heard at the public hearing some concern over the mapping of streams on agricultural lands, and staff proposed an amendment to that mapping as described in your report, and I'll talk about it here. In the map on the left, you see the proposed aquatic environmentally sensitive map. On the image on the right, you see an area of focus in which the mapping legend information has been changed from formerly being designated in this map as streams on the right to ditches on the left. These mapping changes are proposed for within ALR lands. The environmentally sensitive area mapping available from the province, as well as local stewardship sector also provides information, allows for different classifications of these segments of these water courses. And upon looking at these areas more closely again, we are recommending amendment as shown on the left. I'll take a moment to clarify this matter a little further. So ditches are considered streams under the Riparian Area Protection Regulation and the Water Sustainability Act. The city's development permit area guidelines have the objective to meet or exceed those provincial requirements, the riparian area ones. I say this to draw the link between the Riparian Area Protection Regulation and the city's mapping. So from an RAPR perspective, riparian area perspective, these could be called streams. But for the purposes of our mapping, we wish to distinguish between streams and ditches because in doing so, we're acknowledging their origin and connection to historical pre-settlement hydrological patterns. So streams, for instance, may be natural or channelized. The key distinction from ditches is they have upland waters or other groundwater spring sources for water flows. Ditches, on the other hand, are characterized as being man-made and straight and are not fed by headwaters or springs. They are constructed to drain property or roadways, and while connected to natural systems, they are not part of the natural historic drainage pattern. So upon looking at the watercourse data in more detail, staff propose amending the map to reflect their origin and connection to historical hydrology. And this is actually consistent with the other known ditches shown on the map. And this is the only map change being proposed. To add an additional nuance to this is the fact that these mapping changes are proposed on ALR lands, which are exempt from those environmental development permitting for agricultural activities as just discussed. And this is what is meant by, from the city's regulatory perspective, the treatment of ditches and streams is in essence the same for ditches on particularly agricultural lands. I will note that this mapping will benefit from ongoing review in the coming months as the city knows of local sensitive ecosystem inventory mapping that's occurring through the local stewardship sector as we speak, along with some UBC graduate students, as well as the terrestrial ecosystem mapping from the provincial government. And they had hoped actually to have it for us like almost a year ago or something. So they've got their capacity challenges too, but it's exciting to hear that some updated mapping may be coming. Now, because with the adoption of bylaw 3075, the development permit area guidelines will form part of the zoning bylaw, and we can continue to review this mapping information and engage with the wider community as part of the comprehensive zoning bylaw update. Okay, that's my most verbose slide. Next slide. On the topic of community amenity contributions, a minor but clarifying policy has been added to be crystal clear that the city will negotiate for both affordable housing as well as public amenity funds when considering a rezoning. This has been reflected in the monetary contribution target tables there as well. This policy was already embedded in some of the more operational policies, but staff felt that isolating this particular policy and having it higher in the policy hierarchy will support enhanced clarity. Next slide. Actually, I have a bit to say on this one as well. On the topic, I'd like to focus on a topic that we heard in the public hearing, but which staff are not proposing any changes. With regard to urban development setbacks from agricultural lands, the Farm Protection Development Permit Area identifies setbacks for urban developments in accordance with the Ministry of Agriculture Guide to Edge Planning, as well as the Agricultural Land Commission landscape buffer specifications. The Farm Protection Development Permit Area is a new development permit area for the city of Courtenay, but the CVRD routinely employs their own farm protection DPA with similar proposed city of Courtenay standards. We looked to their policy in drafting ours. So what I'm saying is there's a regional context and precedence here. Best management practices to minimize conflicts that arise between agricultural and non-agricultural land uses include establishing setbacks of a minimum of 30 meters between buildable urban areas and the agricultural land boundary, and ensuring that 15 meters of that setback are vegetated. The city's farm protection development permit area includes these standards, and to fulfill these guidelines, it is the urban property and not the agricultural property that would be subject to the guidelines, require the permit, and be required to fully accommodate these setbacks in full. As such, the guidelines are intended to protect both new urban uses from farm nuisances and protect farm practices from neighbor complaints, while not restricting the ability of the agricultural uses. A written submission raises the concern that shading from vegetated setback could affect crop yield. It's the Ministry of Agriculture's experience that is extremely rare. If such case was presented, the Farm Protection DPA's guidelines could be varied to accommodate this unusual circumstance. And just one small click there, I'll note there's this extra text from the Ministry of Agriculture. They, if that little click is able to come up, they note a cautionary note I guess it's not coming up on my slide. I'll just read it. They just say it may be tempting to compromise and reduce the setbacks and vegetated buffer width to achieve acceptance of the development permit area. But the research does not support anything less than 15-meter vegetated and 30-meter setbacks as being effective. So, I'm sure this question comes up a lot across the province. I'll also speak to another topic we heard at the public hearing, but for which no changes are proposed as part of the bylaw, which is that a number of members of the farming community did not feel adequately consulted during the development of the OCP. On food security and agricultural related topics, staff contacted and/or received feedback from the Ministry of Agriculture, Foods and Fisheries, the Agricultural Land Commission, the Comox Valley Food Policy Council, Lush Valley, Comox Valley Farmers Market Association, Mid-Islands Farmers Institute, School District 71, Island Health, and the CVRD. And staff did also meet with the Beaver Meadows farms at their request. And staff acknowledged that more efforts could have been made to target participation with the wider agricultural community. The city formally had an agricultural advisory committee with the purpose to provide advice to city staff and council in regards to applications to the Agricultural Land Commission and other development applications that may impact agricultural lands at the city. And I noticed in the staff report, there were some typos in that. So I apologize. I read it for the way it's meant to be written right now. Committee appointments to the committee are for 2-year terms. The last meeting held by this committee was in 2014, and as such is considered to have lapsed and was therefore not utilized as a committee that through which we could have discussed the OCP. So perhaps a missed opportunity there to re-engage with some of those old contacts. Options to reestablish engagement with the agricultural community could include appointing members to that agricultural advisory committee. All right, last slide. And I'll conclude my presentation with the remaining timeline of the OCP. The referrals are requested by those 3 bodies that we referred to: CVRD, Agricultural Land Commission, and Comox First Nation. We've requested them by July 18th. The CVRD will consider the regional context statement contained within the OCP at the July 12th board meeting, and we do need their acceptance of that in order to fulfill our own adoption processes. And then the OCP is anticipated to be presented for adoption on July 25th. The asterisk is there because if there's any changes, particularly ones that require maybe some more substantive review, we likely will not make that timeline. All right, so that's all I have for the OCP presentation. Any questions?
Thanks very much, Nancy. Really appreciate the presentation. And first we have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, really happy, obviously, to support this. I just had one question of clarification for the water courses map. In my understanding, we're looking at sort of the headwaters to the Little River here. Is that correct?
Yeah, headwaters, it's interesting, you know, how people talk about this at length when you get a bunch of hydrologists and ecologists in a room, but yes, it is the drainage into the Little River.
Yeah, and so basically we're just talking a bit of housekeeping around what we call them, and they all pretty much lie on farms, right? Beaver Meadows and
for this map change, you're correct. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that.
Great, and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. I probably have a couple of comments. Maybe I'll just ask a quick question or two now and circle back in a minute. Nancy, thank you so much for this. I know how much time and energy you put into this over the many years, and it's wonderful to see it come to near completion here. I just wanted to get a little bit more of a sense about the agricultural consultation piece, because that was the number one concern that was raised among the sort of dozen or so people who raised concerns at the public hearing, and there were also a few written submissions on that front. Mm-hmm. One is that what action would we need to take, if any, if there were to be a kind of an attempt to revive the Agricultural Advisory Commission? And the other question is, will a more kind of robust consultation process with the ag community, assuming this passes the OCP, for the implementation stage, are we thinking of consulting different groups or sort of just proceeding differently? It sounds like a well-intentioned effort was made on our part, but maybe we could have done better. And I'm wondering if that's something we could up our game on for the next round, assuming there is one. Thanks.
And Mr. Garbutt's got a comment.
Thank you. Through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councilor Paul Hamilton. With the respect to the city's own agriculture advisory committee, the CVRD has a very robust advisory committee, and they also have an agricultural liaison that assisted us with the 17th Street issues. I would argue and have spoken to CVRD, my counterpart at the CVRD, and they are available as an engagement source for us. So we do not need to reestablish. Interestingly enough, a number of members of the CVRD Agriculture Advisory Committee were original members of our Agriculture Advisory Committee of the day. So there's, I don't think there's any requirement to duplicate that. However, engaging them on items is very important. Secondarily, with respect to engaging the wider agricultural community for OCP implementation and zoning implementation, we will absolutely be doing that. We had late but good engagement with our local agricultural community that are directly impacted inside the city's boundaries. And again, we acknowledge some improvements we need to make there, and we've made that commitment, and we can see the power of that direct engagement. There are a number, there's, like the breadth of agriculture in our local community inside our city is very broad. There's a number of sources. And what I can say, I'm very proud of the city and our record in support of agriculture. There are some people who may recall concerns about previous boundary extensions and the impact on agriculture itself. I can confidently say that the agricultural production inside our boundary has, in some cases, been enhanced. So I think we have learned a little bit. We'll engage with the CVRD's Agriculture Advisory Committee, and then we will be working directly with a broader cross-section of the agricultural community for the OCP implementation and the zoning review.
All right, that was great. Great answer. Councillor Theos.
Yeah, no, also in regards to the public hearing, we have a public hearing, obviously, so we're going to be hearing the concerns of the people that are most affected by the matters. And, when we look at the agricultural committee or the community, it is a vital part of the Comox Valley. And if what we're hearing is that we didn't adequately hear their concerns and their input, I would suggest that if we move forward on this issue with of course adding some language that may or may not have been exactly what they were looking for, we may be in a position where we move forward on a document that's taken years to produce, a few years to produce, and miss some very important components that are going to be criticized moving forward of how we put this document together, and that we didn't adequately hear a sector's concerns, even that we felt we did, and then we may have misinterpreted or not interpreted completely what was said at the public hearing, and therefore damaging the credibility of the overall document. So I'm going to ask, what is the harm in having a delay right now of the document, and then going back and having that discussion, a fruitful discussion following that public hearing, and with the agriculture community, and making sure we're on the mark with what changes we're going to make. And if it creates another public hearing, which obviously it would, so be it. But I think getting that right is very critical component of seeing success, complete success with the document.
And Mr. Garbutt wants to respond.
Thank you. Through the mayor and Councillor Theos, the staff report was structured to specifically address the issues that were raised at the public hearing, and we would take direction from council if we've addressed those adequately. With respect to the issues that were raised, particularly with respect to the impact of development permits, Ms. Goddard is provided a clear overview that the Farm Practices Right to Farm Act takes precedence in the matters that were raised. With respect to engagement with the agriculture community, they didn't raise policy issues within the official community plan, and it's staff's opinion and recommendation to council that we can proceed, and we will engage directly in the future. We heard from a component of the agricultural community, but as outlined by Ms. Goddard, we did work with one of the Farmers Institutes directly, and all of the information that was available throughout the official community plan process has been available to the wide public, including this industry group. We would, of course, take council's direction on the future and moving forward on this, and that's the matter that we're here to consider today.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just two questions at this point. First of all, I'm just wondering if staff had any comment on the people at the public hearing who were speaking about the salmon enhancement in the Little River area and the impacts of that. I'm not 100% sure if they were concerned about future development or otherwise, but I'm just wondering if the staff have any comments that would alleviate any concerns those individuals might have had.
Through the mayor to council, I can answer that question. From the correspondence that I have had with the Little River and Edgar Smith, I've seen it myself, their salmon enhancement, their fishery there, where they're raising and releasing young salmon. And then also, I understand that there is some arrangement of their, the farm is allowing for some pumping of water that allows for those flows to remain in those areas that were shown on the map, the formerly called streams, now called ditches, to allow for very productive salmonid habitat. So there was a concern that if the city was creating a regulatory framework in which the farming activities could not continue, then the salmon enhancement activities that have formed a very productive relationship with that particular farmer could also not continue, and then they would feel that was in jeopardy, and we certainly don't want to stop those salmon enhancement activities. I understand their own stats show that it's some of the most productive habitat locally. So that is the nature of the concern as I understood it. That's why I believe we saw the environmental sectors raising concern about the agricultural related policies, even though on the surface that may have caused a question.
Okay, thanks for that. And just to further emphasize this point, we did hear some fairly alarming comments from Mr. Smith, both in person and through the written material that he developed, suggesting that there were aspects of the plan that were going to jeopardize the future success of the farming operation there. But what you're telling us tonight is that these recommended changes and clarifications basically remove that uncertainty and assure that the farming community in that particular area is not going to be adversely impacted by this official community plan.
Through the mayor to council, yeah, that is correct. I think that map with that stream classification was it appeared to be quite the concern. All of a sudden there's all these lines and buffers shown on ditches that in our existing today, the OCP that exists, the environmental development permit shows them as ditches. So I can understand that concern, that if they followed a policy of 30 meters on both sides, sterilizing then effectively, at least by their calculations, they said about 26% of their land, their farm operations. This is where we wanted to make crystal clear we're not intending to infringe into the jurisdiction of the normal farm practices and the Right to Farm Act. So exempting from the environmental development permit area requirements.
Okay, and what about the comments related to applications to the Agricultural Land Commission, and that somehow what we were doing was contrary to to the preservation of farmland. And at one point, Mr. Smith asked us if we could forward his application along for some sort of exemption. Can you interpret that for us, please?
Yeah, and actually that was a topic of the May 30th council meeting. If you may recall, the area is called Block 71 north of the Mr. Smith's property there. It had conditionally excluded agricultural land reserve lands within it from 2004. And we do show it as future growth. So yet we have a lot of policies that say we do not support exclusion from the agricultural land reserve. So that requires interpretation for people to read actually into the OCP to understand exactly what we mean. Is that we learned through our whole review process that that exclusion from the ALR from the Block 71 lands had lapsed, and so our policy is that if the ALC will find a way to somehow extend that exclusion, that we will continue to honor that exclusion. But in general, the city's position is not to support agricultural land reserve exclusions. And this topic, because those lands are shown as future growth, and future growth will require further planning and OCP amendment, we know that that topic could be revisited at some point in the future. But to be clear, for now, we're only supporting ALR exclusion if it's an extension of the existing application from 2004. I appreciate that's a bit confusing.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I do recall that discussion, but I wanted to get this on the public record because I think it's really important that we're not sending mixed signals here. The city is not in favor of excluding land from the agricultural land reserve, but we have a specific situation in Block 71 where there was some exclusion in the past.
That's right, and we had made some servicing decisions along the way with that understanding. And we also want to, the RGS points towards focusing growth within municipal boundaries, maximum potential. So, if we can avoid boundary extensions, of which there's a lot of ALR beyond our boundaries as well. So yes, to answer your question, it's only for that very specific circumstance would we support the continued exclusion of that then application.
And Mr. Garbutt just has a comment.
Just to build on Ms. Goddard's comments, just to be clear, the policies are very clearly written. If it is excluded, it will be considered for future development. If it is not, it is not. And so this reflects the historical approvals. It reflects the regional growth strategy, and it has been identified at a future date to accommodate very significant growth. If applicable, you can imagine that the owner of that property may have a difference of opinion with the province, and the way the policies have been developed in order to reflect the growth strategy and our overall development plans, we think we've come up with an appropriate policy response. Ultimately, should that exclusion / non-exclusion be clarified, that could be the future, that could be the subject of some future discussion. I think I would stress that our development program is predicated on development within our current boundaries. If this is no longer development potential at some future point, we have to examine the implications of that. There various numbers of units were bandied about around the time that land was included in the city, as well as during the regional growth strategy. And so again, the intent of this community plan is to focus development. It has very clear policies, and with respect to Mr. Smith's comments about his own property, they're very separate. There was a deliberation about one property as to its application, and if he wanted to make application to the land reserve for a future exclusion, it would be subject to our policies, and it would go through an approval and review process.
Okay, and with your indulgence, Mayor, last point from me. Nancy, there was a slide earlier on where you had a fair amount of text that you had made some alterations in. And I wasn't entirely sure whether you had an entire complete sentence in your 2 points. I don't know if you can pull that up again. I can't remember what number it was.
With a lot of text, did it have to do with the exemptions language? We can go backwards here. Not that one? This one?
Yeah, so if you can hear me, just under number 8.
Yeah.
So we've got the bolded heading, and then it says, provided that the proposed activity on the site relates solely to normal farm practices in accordance with the act, period.
Yeah.
Is that meant to be a complete sentence?
Oh, I see what you're saying. It could be, right, act, comma,
Well, that's what I'm
provided.
wondering if that's the intent.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, yeah, there is a stylistic preference there, but yes, that's right. That is the intent. So in the exemption language in the environmental development permit area, it would say as one of the exemptions is farm use in accordance with the act, provided that the proposed activity on the site relates solely to normal farm practices in accordance with the act. Non-farming activities and buildings on lands that may otherwise be used, designated or zoned for agriculture are subject to the ED, to the environmental development permit guidelines. So that otherwise may be used. So the other uses, the residential, et cetera, could be commercial if there's on there, would be subject to the environmental. So it's very to be clear, it's only the agricultural uses within the agricultural zone that are exempt from that environmental permitting.
Well, I'll admit that I'm a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to nouns and verbs, but I just want to make sure it's written clearly so that it is easy to understand for the average reader.
Right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to ask a question about the involvement or input from people who live outside the city bounds of Courtenay. And there were a couple of folks who expressed concerns about that. And from my own perspective, but I see that our valley is very interconnected, and that Courtenay contains many regional assets like the hospital, the college, the aquatic center, the outdoor pool, 3 of our 4 high schools, as well as many healthcare and other provincial services. So a lot of people who may not live within Courtenay have strong connections with the city of Courtenay. They may go to school here or own a business here. And to me, it does make sense that there would be involvement of those people and taking their opinions into account. And in fact, the main advocate for this position faulted us in another piece of correspondence for not considering amalgamation, which would seem to indicate that they also see the interconnectedness of the communities in this. And I know that over the course of the process, we did consultation with Comox First Nation, with the Wayway-Cum Nation and the Wayway-Kai Nation, which all, of course, are outside the city of Courtenay, as well as the CBRD, the town of Comox, the village Cumberland. So it seems to me that considering a broad range of opinions, not just people who reside within the city of Courtenay, seems to be baked into the process. Is this a typical way that we've gone ahead of approaching this sort of thing? And I was also wondering whether it's actually mandated by statute that we consider opinions of more than simply the residents of Courtenay. I personally see value to the process we took. I would just like to get a little bit of sense of what underpins it.
And Mr. Carpet would like to respond.
So through the mayor. So when this project was initiated, an official community plan, you're required to approve a consultation program. And so first of all, that was presented to and outlined. Council considered that and approved that approach. It's a critical component to ensuring your community plan reflects the intent of the legislation. Secondly, by design, there's a requirement to consult outside your borders. They don't hold a yes or no, but you get input. All of modern community planning processes involved engagement at all levels. And it would be very unusual that a person or entity their input would be discounted or not included should they not reside within the physical boundaries of the community. Having said that, input of all kinds is considered, and council, it's up to council to deliberate and decide on these policies. It would be extremely challenging in a region whereby we have a regional growth strategy and we have a commitment to working together and recognizing land use issues, socials issues, equity and diversity issues across boundaries to not have input. Further, we're required to consult with provincial agencies that are outside our boundaries on matters related to statutory plans, minerals, extraction, agriculture, etc. So it's included in the program, and it's very common. And as you see, structures unfold. When we did, the part of the reason why in the statutory component where people are asked to state their name and address is so people are aware of that. So these are just common practices, and I would argue that the official community plans for all 4 local governments in the Comox Valley and our neighboring regional districts all have input from people outside the physical boundary of their municipality.
Thank you very much for that. And I can see while on a certain, I can see that because official community plans aren't renewed or developed on a regular basis, that most of us, including many people making comments, might be unfamiliar with the process and some of the statutory requirements that underlie it. So I'm really pleased to hear that what we were doing accords with common practice and many of the requirements by law of ensuring that we get a broad set of views on the work that we're doing. So anyway, I appreciate your comments on that.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Cole-Hamilton asked my question. I was wondered if the process that we used was normal in terms of who we got feedback from. I'd add that the comments around that only taxpayers should be able to comment, I found interesting because there are many people who don't own property but live in don't pay property taxes, and that would leave out a lot of voices because we have a lot of people who rent, et cetera, who are completely impacted by an OCP, but with the argument presented would not be able to comment. But it sounds like we did follow process as we should have. I had a question about the engagement piece. I wondered if staff could refresh our memories on, as well as you can, just a summary of the engagement, because it seemed to me, because I have been around for other OCP processes, although it's been a long time, it seemed to me that the engagement was far-reaching, and particularly during a pandemic, there were multitude of ways. In fact, some people told me that they, participated in, 8 or 10 different ways of engaging. So I just wondered if you could outline those forms of those opportunities for engagement, because I really think that over this 2-year process, there were multiple ways to engage and invitations to engage, and through a variety of modalities. Thanks.
Through the mayor, I was able to pull up a slide from my May 30th presentation, so I can just read some of the stats and the highlights of the engagement. The first piece was that we established the advisory committee in the fall of 2019, 15 members, broad range of what we would refer as kind of technical input from a variety of kind of community dimensions. We held an ideas fair right before the pandemic in February 2020, really good turnout, about 350 people, really good feedback. We asked them in a poster at the end, what did you think? Would you do this again? How long did you stay? Was this, should the city do more of these? It was quite good, reviews. people want to talk. I can say, having been in almost every conversation, people still want to talk about these things. But towards implementation, the online vision goals growth concept survey occurred online in 2020. We had 782 respondents. I'll say too, on the matter of people either owning a business or living in the city of Courtenay. That's a question we've asked in our consultation across a variety of engagements for many years. We'd love to start asking more questions to get a sense if we're actually capturing some of the more equity priority kind of dimensions in our consultation. But for many years now, we've asked, are you a resident or business, to kind of tease out, it's if I can recall from my own memory, it's often, at least like the 75% plus that is a member, a business or a resident, and including in the OCP consultation. Stakeholder brainstorming, a series of these 2-hour, I think we had 8 of them, 2-hour thematic sessions. 50 organizations participated in that generative dialogue in 2020. Then we did the 11 neighborhood workshops. It was actually 20 such sessions, because we did, was it 11 workshops and 9 virtual? I can't remember, but it was 20 altogether. So 20 options right there across the city, very popular, 134 residents. Stakeholder engagement then occurred again in winter 2020 and summer 2021. 130 individuals participated in that. That's where we had specific policy, and we were asking about the more details at that point. Then the public review, the more recent engagement we're familiar with, draft OCP January to April. That's a pretty long window for the engagement. Looking at another community, North Cowichan, they were doing their OCP at the same time. I think they had more like in the 30-day kind of window for their final survey. And we did the online survey, the 12 statutory referrals. We specifically pointed out to a number of community stakeholders of the opportunity, and we had about 100 people at the virtual, 3 public virtual meetings we had. And overall, we were able to generate throughout the whole process about interest from 900 email subscribers, which we every step of the way that when there was an opportunity, we let people know. I think our our media presence we pulled out the stops with the capacity we had. So yeah, a lot of opportunities, a lot of different kinds of opportunities. And I will say too, that advisory committee was we really leaned on them too to help get the word out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And it sounds like throughout the process, you were obviously collecting information, and I know that we saw different revisions along the way, and feedback was coming in, and you were incorporating that. So, I mean, it sounds to me that from this list and this many people, that there was pretty comprehensive engagement happening on a variety of fronts, and opportunity to do so. So thanks for that.
Right, and that was it, Councillor Moore. Perfect, excellent. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Nancy, for the report. I just wanted to raise a comment that was made during the public hearing around the 10-minute neighborhood and how that would work in practicality when working with developers. And I just wanted to give the opportunity to speak to that a little bit. Because in my mind, a 10-minute neighborhood is about residents having access to different services and parks and the things that people like to do in their lives, whether it's going out for coffee or accessing a restaurant or taking their dog for a walk. But the way that it was, the concern was raised was that we would be mandating developers to develop commercial when they want to do residential, and that it would be more of a directive from the city. And I was just hoping you could clarify that the concept of a 10-minute neighborhood is about housing choices and mixed use possibilities rather than the city providing directives to developers, or have I got that correct?
Through the mayor to council, you have that correct. There is a definition of 10-minute neighborhood in the glossary, and I'll just read it now. This is a neighborhood that provides easy access to shops, services, schools, nature, and community within a 10-minute walking radius. 10 minutes of walking generally translates into approximately 800 meters of pedestrian infrastructure. And there's a lot of research to show that beyond 800 meters, people might not walk. So to get to a location, one of those destinations. So it's all about, trying to concentrate those daily uses and just limit car use, even if just a bit, and just get a little, get a bit of walking, and even if just a bit, that's what Island Health will always remind us. In terms of, and so the growth concept reflects a series of supporting 10-minute neighborhoods, about all those growth centers throughout the city. It is not meant to be a mandate that absolutely everyone has to have a 10-minute access, but by just the nature of the growth model, the growth concept, it will emerge over time as development is directed into these areas. You asked a very specific question about mandating commercial at grade. I would say in the downtown town center, the policy is to require commercial uses at grade along 4th, 5th, and 6th within the downtown core. So that is the Cliff to Fitzgerald area there, to allow for that commercial vibrancy in the downtown core. In the urban, in the other centers, the other growth centers, the only other place where we really signaled a preference for commercial, and indeed it's a preference, is it's in the town centers and urban corridors. It says in the policy number 2, page 64, encourage commercial uses at grade along Cliff Avenue. So we're encouraging, but really downtown is the only place that we're mandating it.
Great, thanks for answering that. I see there's other mics on, so I'll just ask one question for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and back to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. One of the other issues, I was sort of looking at the issues that came up, and sort of the greatest one was on agricultural conservation. Then next was the question of people from outside Courtenay being able to voice their thoughts. And the third most frequently cited issue was the number of pages in the OCP, which maybe means we're doing a fairly good job if that's one of the major criticisms. My thought is, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, is it's probably a bit of a challenge when you're trying to produce a planning document, and making it accessible to people, that you'd like to provide full explanations and glossaries so that it's accessible to everyone. But the more that you do that, of course, the longer it gets. And then people say perhaps quite rightly that it's too long to read. So there's a sweet spot which may be difficult to find. I know that your team put effort into trying to find that. And I also know that you put together a 20-page summary for people who wanted a more concise guide to the overall OCP. And if they saw an area that interested them, they could reference the larger plan. And obviously a summary can't contain everything, or it wouldn't be a summary. But I just, do you think, is there a correlation between sort of the number of pages in a document and the size of a community? Or is there, other than it being a bit of a long read? And I have to note that some people said it was too long. I don't think anyone actually said it was too short. So it could be that it's a bit on the long side. But is this in the ballpark range for planning documents that out there, and OCPs generally?
Through the mayor, it is on the long end. I've looked at a lot of OCPs over the last few years. We're definitely on the long end, but it's not, grossly out of scale. I'll give you some context. And firstly, maybe I'll just say, I think it warms the planner's heart that the public wants to read the plan. That's great. They want it to be accessible. And I hope that since the beginning of this process, which this has been raised from the advisory committee as well, and we made a decision early on that the detail was important, and I'll explain why shortly, but that we could develop parallel communication tools. It's very difficult to create a single communication instrument for a multitude of audiences, and of course, the audiences in this are almost, so numerous. So yeah, we have it on our radar that we need to make the information more digestible, marketable. The reason why there's so much detail in part, maybe I'll say one other thing, the formatting, the images, the education part, the philosophy, the linkages, those are some of the things that other people, particularly the advisory committee, was quite complimentary of. They appreciated the understanding that was layered in there. And that, I would say, we went above and beyond maybe almost any OCP I've seen. So that takes time and space in order to do, but it helped with some comprehension, at least, for some of the readers. Now, we knew that we needed to be precise in some of our direction, in some of the policy direction that would show up. If we simply said, we want modal split, that could be a policy, right? We want to work towards 30% modal split sustainable modes by 2030, but then not give any detail on how to do that it could become an inoperable policy. It may just sound like a wishful thinking. So we recognized as that we needed to add substance wherever we could to identify the very specific things that could be done. Other communities, maybe large centers, Vancouver, they could probably have a very thin OCP that's has very high level language and many sub plans with lots of direction. So we were creating a kind of hybrid scenario where we had this opportunity to talk to the community on a wide range of things. We knew we probably wouldn't have, maybe mandated budget to do it again for some time. And so we were balancing that goal of both vision and yet enough detail to actually move things forward. Because, if we want net zero, those actions really, they have to be taken within some timelines. And so, yeah, those are kind of the key thoughts that come to mind on the length, but it's staff's, we are very alive to this topic as well.
And Mr. Marshall is just going to jump in as well.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of reading many official community plans in my time as well. And I can tell you that a great number of them have no pictures, no graphs, it's just text. And this formatting where you have, small amounts of reading on each page is so much more easy to get through than a dense, all words, both, I found this document, being new to the city, quite a pleasure to read. It's very attractive to look at. It's full of very progressive and interesting policy. So, from my 30 years of experience working in the planning world, I can say this is one of the more attractive and more readable official community plans, even though it has that length. If you were to take all the pictures out and all the formatting in smaller ways, I bet this would be half the size. So, it depends what you're looking for.
Thanks for that. Councillor Cole-Hamilton?
Yeah, thank you. And I would agree. I think the inclusion of the images and the landscaping of the page has probably made it a much more reasonable read. With possibly someone out there has done a word count of the various OCPs as they stack up against each other. I think if we'd gone shorter, it's quite possible people might quite reasonably have had concerns that we weren't being clear enough or comprehensive enough, and I can understand that too. This may just provide us perhaps some useful guidance going forward during the implementation stage. And the further consultations, maybe we need sort of a couple of different sort of lengths rather than a sort of the whole thing versus 20 pages. Perhaps there are various different kinds of formats or shorter chapters or just ways of chunking it down so it's more accessible to people. I think there was, I think a lot of effort was made to make it comprehensible, but yeah, anyway, thank you for explaining the thinking behind it.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor Theos.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I was wanted to ask in regards to again the comment earlier about public engagement is one thing, but then on the flip side to the public engagement component is interpretation, and you can have loads and loads of public engagement, but there is the possibility that interpretation of that public engagement can miss the mark. And in a case which that occurs, we can either, do guesswork and hope that addresses the concerns, or, we can go back to that drawing board and have that conversation and, feel that we've got it right, or that we've given ample opportunity. And going back to the farming, because again, we've had a list of a number of items that were pointed out that changes were made. And when a list like that is put out, that re-engagement, I think, is really critical, because when we're saying that food security is one of the top issues for our community, and people providing food security felt that they didn't get heard properly or adequately, that is concerning, and we have a chance to address that. But if we were to postpone the decision, how would that affect the timeline if we were to just re-engage and readdress the issue? Thank you.
Mr. Corbett.
I'll ask planning staff to talk about timeline.
Sure. Yeah. So through the mayor. Reminder that we're aiming for that July 25th for adoption. If that does not met, there are no scheduled meetings in August with council. So we could look to holding an additional meeting. But if not, then we're looking into September, October for that adoption. And it's just very close to elections. And I know we had been setting a goal much earlier in this process to have this concluded by in the summer. So that's just a matter of timeline. That's what I can provide.
All right, thanks for that. Mr. Corbett.
Through the chair, we have just to Councillor Theos's question. If council gives us direction to delay the consideration, unclear as pending to receipt or what, we will have to potentially reschedule a public hearing. That involves re-advertising our minimum statutory requirements for that. And ultimately, although we do have meetings at the end of August, it'd be extremely difficult to schedule those meetings. It's not impossible, and we would, of course, take council's direction.
Thanks, Mr. Corbett. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Just before I go into my next part, I would see no reason to do that, because there were actually, it sounds like the concerns have been addressed, and we heard from a wide variety of folks. So, I feel like the process was done properly, and we did hear from people. I wanted to talk about, first of all, I wanted to say that, people come out to the public hearing, they have, their opinions and perspectives. We've had people email, et cetera. And obviously you can't please every person. Having said that, I've noticed a lot of themes during my term. And yes, we have an aging population, and we saw many folks come out, and only one young person really came out to the public hearing. But of course, we received feedback from other folks in other ways. But we are creating this plan looking into the future. And what I've seen in my term here is, we've talked about it at almost every council meeting, young people who are driving less, who are wanting smaller homes, who can't get into the housing market, walkability, all those kinds of things. And obviously climate change and those impacts. So I think that we are working on ways to help an aging community. I really don't agree with how all old people are not active and don't ride e-bikes, because I'm out on my bike all the time. And I would say the median age is probably older than me. So I think that with this OCP, there's tons of opportunity to be able to look at all those different needs and accommodate them. I did want to make a comment about, I was concerned with a couple comments made at the public hearing insinuating that reducing parking would be putting women at risk. And I wanted to address that. It's a topic that I feel comfortable speaking about, as most of my career has included the area of prevention and counseling response around gender-based violence, which includes education, group counseling, community activism with hundreds of youth and adult survivors of gender-based violence as well. And the facts are that the majority of sexual assaults and other violence towards women and girls does not occur on streets by strangers. Women and girls are victimized primarily by those whom they know or by an intimate partner, in homes, on dates, at school, in the workplace, etc. And just as a note, over 53% of women respondents in a safety at work survey who had experienced intimate partner violence reported at least one incident occurred at their workplace. So certainly there are random occasional acts of someone walking on a darkened street. Darkened streets were brought up constantly. It is not the norm. And I really felt that that didn't do justice to really the larger issue, which is that gender inequalities and injustice happen everywhere, and that patriarchal and sexist cultural messages make it more natural for men to have more power than women. And the issue of gender-based violence is much less about where you are and how many cars are easily accessible, and more about the dominant culture we live in. And I wanted to give that context because it does feed into the piece around density, parking being further away. The fact is, and what was brought up by some of the speakers at the public hearing, is that when you're out walking, cycling, you do have eyes and ears on the street. If you're walking from work or you're walking to your car, if there's less people zooming by in their cars and more people out walking, then you're more visible. We know that women who live rurally, there's a 75%, they're 75% more likely to be victims of intimate partner violence. So living in isolation, living outside of community, living in neighborhoods where you don't know your neighbors, et cetera, are actually, those are the things that create problems for safety for women and all the other things that I brought up around systemic stuff. So I really felt that was it was concerning to me because it really missed the mark. And I think it was stated to create some emotion in people, and it created some emotion in me because because it's really misdirecting that issue. And for all the women and girls who have experienced gender-based violence, I think it did a disservice to those folks because they're not being assaulted on their way to the car. They're usually being assaulted by someone in their home, in their life, on a date with, and not walking to their car, which might be a little ways away. And if we have density and we have people, eyes and ears on the street, that is actually going to be a positive thing for everyone, for safety for everyone, not just women. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Councilor Morton, for articulating that response, and your expertise on the matter is again much appreciated. Thanks for that. Councilor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just quickly want to bring up one point about the length of the document. I know it's been talked about already, but I actually think that the document isn't necessarily meant to be read front to back. And I think, by reading the first 50 pages or so, you get the general gist of the direction we're going. And depending on what you're interested in, you're not going to read every last word of it. If you're a developer, you're going to go and look at the sections that pertain to that. If you're a residential owner, you're going to look at the neighborhood you live in. If you're a business owner, you're going to look at particular parts of this. You're not going to read the whole thing and dissect it. So I think it's laid out in a way that you can do that, and it's well organized. And I'm actually really happy with the length of the document. Thanks.
Appreciate that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I did just want to respond to the concerns that Councillor Theos presented a few minutes ago. Just that the while we sought much feedback, that the feedback might have been misinterpreted. All the feedback is furnished to us, in the survey results, all the comments that people filled in where there was a blank where you could fill in your own entry. So the opportunity to read that, we've all had the opportunity to read that, and I don't see any kind of divergence between the raw data and what I'm seeing coming through in the official community plan. So while I completely understand that you don't want to be excluding voices or missing people, I don't see really any indication that that's the case. And the idea of delaying this would put us into apparently public hearings in August. And I think there's a fair case to be made that August is not a very good time to have a public hearing because many people are out of town and one would miss those voices as well. So I think a good job is being done. I think a very good job is being done. I've had a chance to review everything, all of the responses. I think that staff have done the same. And I think we see it in this document. So if there are any particular areas where you've seen feedback that you don't think is reflected, I think that would be useful to discuss that at this point, if that's a concern that sits with you right now.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to acknowledge that we actually received a lot of positive comments. There are a lot of people who liked the work that was done, whether they might have had some quibbles in one area or another. But as I always feel that we have a responsibility to address concerns that were raised. And there are a few other points that haven't yet been addressed. A couple of them relate to the ongoing affordability of the city, the barriers that some people perceive we're erecting to builders and developers in making the development process more complex, and specifically the process around the step code, which we have already made some changes to. But I'm just wondering if staff might be able to zone in on that particular issue, affordability, complexity, whether what we're doing is going to make it more difficult to find affordable housing in this community over the longer term.
Mr. Garbutt wants to comment.
Through the mayor to council in general, I think it's, I just need to point out, it's very difficult staff to interpret what people have said with respect to that. The document itself reflects a very significant increase in the developable potential for developments. Sorry, we're using a lot of development in there. So it would be difficult for staff to interpret that. As you are very familiar with the document, when a property is rezoned subject to the OCP, the opportunity for development is very significant. The principles of the four cardinal points of the OCP would guide a densification potential of a property. And in exchange for that, public review and approval are high performance buildings and some amenities. And so that is, I guess I just, it's difficult for staff. I can't really interpret that. The document itself has been reviewed by the development community through direct engagement. You know, that we incorporated feedback. Council heard from them in direct face-to-face engagement. And so we're, what we have in front of council is recommended for consideration of third reading reflects the input that we received there. So I just want to point that out. It's you know, it's this post public hearing, and for staff to interpret, you know, just kind of like the point of those, it's a little bit challenging. We appreciate the questions, but ultimately we have a bylaw in front of us that is built on all of those phases of input, reflects the engagement that we've had both from general stakeholder, specific input from the development community, and then the feedback both through the public survey and those drafting of the version of the OCP in front of you, as well as the public hearing comments themselves.
Well, with respect, I don't disagree with anything you said, but there were several people who raised concerns about the step code, and I appreciate us getting that on the record to clarify where we're headed with the step code and what the implications of that may be.
Mr. Garbutt, Ms. Goddard can speak to the policies that we amended as a result of that engagement prior to first and second reading.
Through the mayor. So that's right. Specifically with the step code, the original policies in the January version were quite aggressive. They were to get to those highest steps, the step 5s within the 2025 timeline. And as a direct result of talking to the development community and hearing those really specific concerns around the skills ability, is the technology, advanced enough on some of the, particular efficiency aspects, that we came up with an approach that's actually quite status quo to what we have, which is being one step ahead of the province always. We're already one step ahead. We intend to, whenever the province is coming up with their building code updates, energy code updates, that we would then create a building bylaw that has those triggering updates as well. Now, we do also want to encourage the higher performance as much as possible. And so we built in an incentive that would allow someone to achieve the provincial step code of the day if they build if they include a low carbon energy system that satisfies a greenhouse gas intensity limit of 3 kilograms per meter squared per year for primary heating and hot water. So we built flexibility and specifically into that building policy. When that person was talking about the public hearing, I could see they had been reading from the earlier version and maybe hadn't picked up that we had made that change. So that's the one that's what I was asked to speak on, the building policy. That's what I'm speaking on.
Yeah, thanks very much. And just echoing Mr. Garbutt, so we did have what I thought was a very productive session with members of the development community who are also represented on the advisory committee. And while they may not be our biggest fans, I think that we all felt pretty positive about the engagement and the prospect for doing that again in future. So the one other point that I wanted to clarify, we had a fairly extensive exchange that Nancy, our planner, engaged in with one writer. I think you sent out 3 successive multi-page emails in response to numerous questions. And at the end of the day, that individual expressed that they just didn't think the plan was going to succeed, that we were somehow catering to all sorts of special interest groups and such. And so we should abandon the whole thing. But curiously, we also had a suggestion from one of the representatives from the agricultural community that perhaps we should add some concrete targets that we'd be able to measure success in regards to some of our food security measures. I'm just wondering if that was picked up on at all.
Through the mayor, food security targets, actually, earlier engagement, Food Policy Council definitely raised that item as well in our last stage of stakeholder engagement. It's a topic that we've addressed through the policy and the food systems section of recognizing that we support participating in a regional food security strategy. So we don't want to get ahead and start setting targets without understanding our landscape, our food security landscape a bit better. So that was the discussion point at that time. We would want to do that with an educated mind, with a consulted process that really is beyond the city of Courtenay's boundaries. Most of that food security lands, productive land is beyond our boundaries. And so we felt it was premature to embed food security targets in our OCP.
Fair enough. Thanks very much. Final comment. I don't see any rationale for us putting this off. particularly not putting it off to a future council. It's been a major piece of the work that we've been engaged in over the last several years. It was an objective from day one with this particular term of council. And I think there's been a tremendous amount of work done by our staff and by the community that has responded. Is it perfect? No. Are some parts of it aspirational? Certainly. Is there a lot of practical idealism in there that addresses the pressing issues of our time? Yes, and so it should be. I'll be pleased to support this moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
I promise this will be the last time. I thought it would be interesting just to elaborate a little bit more on the step code issue. And I heard the same thing. I think everyone else did. There's reference to step code 5 during the public hearing, and that the person must have seen the previous version. I just want to confirm that I am correct, that we are currently one step above the required minimum, which is actually exactly the same as Comox. We are in step, so to speak, at this point. And Courtenay is proposing in this OCP that if you put in a clean fuel source for heating and for hot water, you can even go a step below that. So it'll be a lower step here than it would be, say, in Comox if you chose to put a heat pump in a house. So it doesn't require new building technologies, and it doesn't require reaching to a level that hasn't been done. It just means meeting the level we're doing currently. And if you choose to put in a clean fuel source, then then you can actually build to a standard that is easier to reach than it is currently. So that is my understanding of where we are with the step code and what we're proposing. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Excellent. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, this probably will be my last. I think we're all trying to address the comments that came up, and I think they're getting fewer now. And yeah, I think emphasizing, I mean, we're not talking about all the positive comments, but there were lots of them. We're talking about some of the concerns that came up. And of course, one of them was around that there should be boundary extensions and also more attention to roads for car traffic. So I wanted to talk about those. The argument was that we need boundary extensions to provide housing. But of course, we know that single family homes are not affordable for people. I just heard from a realtor that the average single family home to be built now is probably around $1 million, not for anything really fancy like a family home. So I think, I think the idea that boundary extensions are going to solve the housing problem is not the case, and that's what our OCP is built on density and keeping things compact, et cetera. And of course, the cost of servicing outside for people who are concerned about taxes, looking at servicing to all these areas that are on the fringes just doesn't make sense. And in terms of the roads, I know that there have been some reports coming out with council lately in terms of the money that we've been spending on multimodal, as well as a lot of money on road maintenance. And there's an idea that we don't actually put much money into roads for cars, which is not the case if you look at the budget and what we spend. And of course, as one of the folks at the public hearing mentioned, the more we get cars off the roads, the less expensive it will be for maintenance of those roads, and that will bring costs down for taxpayers as well. So I think some of these ideas around particularly boundary extensions and creating more roads or more bridges or more places for cars actually doesn't save us any money. And it doesn't address all the other issues. So I just wanted to make sure those points were made as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. Any further comments? Seeing none, I do just want to put in my own 2 cents, which I'll keep relatively brief. And I think, like the rest of council, seeing the concerns that were raised by the agricultural community certainly caused me some consternation. But you know, I have the comfort in the Right to Farm Act, having worked on many farms as a youth. I know how the province tries to protect those things. So even if there was something that was in contradiction, that right to farm would take precedent over any rules that the city would have. And I just want to thank staff for clarifying those things and making sure it's as clear as possible that the city is not going to infringe upon the farmer's ability to really help provide that food security, which again is a very high priority for this council. So I just want to really emphasize the fact that that I appreciate that those concerns were brought up, but that they've been, I think, dealt with in a very concise and articulate way. And beyond that, you know, when we talk about affordable housing, and I think Councillor Cole Hamilton talked about it earlier with the 1,236 new homes that have been built in Courtenay. That quantity is certainly something that we've taken a great stab at, a great leap forward, really. But when it comes to affordability is something that we really are going to require the assistance of the province and the federal government to get us there in terms of subsidized non-market housing. And you know, when we talk about even the developers, and it's been brought up here, I think most of council met with the developers during those working groups. And again, thanks to staff for organizing those. And again, the feedback by far was more positive. The concern, of course, was the cost of housing, but you know, that's the balance that we've been asked to create, is that balance between the environment and the step code and how we're building, and balance that over the affordability, which again really is going to be determined more through the provincial and federal counterparts. So with those things being said, and no further questions or comments, I'll take the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that would pass unanimously then. All right. Thanks for that conversation. Next, we have the zoning amendment bylaw 3071. Councillor Frisch.
Move that council give third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 3071, 2022.
Excellent. And Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have a staff report on the zoning amendment, and Ms. Goddard has spoken to a couple of the items, but I think she has a short introduction on this zoning report.
Yes, through the mayor, no presentation, just simply on the bylaw 3071, the suites specifically, as that's the one before you. I just a couple points in the report, just acknowledge that there were some topics in the public hearing that were raised that are actually on our work plans, and we just wanted to acknowledge them as actionable within a timeline that we can get the work done. Is the point of supporting 2 units on all lots, and not just a lot restricting it to a secondary suite, but permitting, you know, perhaps a carriage house, for example, or a duplex. In our May 30th staff report, we do acknowledge that the comprehensive zoning bylaw update will be amended to permit more infill housing opportunities, such as those carriage homes, granny flats and duplexes, and small lot subdivisions as well. So the secondary suites was quite straightforward, just given all the precedents all around the province on permitting those, and because they're part of the principal dwelling, they don't have as many siting kind of issues that a detached form would have. So that's why we could propose suites at this point, but the intention, the policy is very clear in the OCP to allow 2 units on all lots in more flexible forms. Like let the owner of that property decide how they want to meet that 2 units. So that'll come later. And then the short-term rentals, Also, in the May 30th report, we do recognize that the proposed amendments regarding the suites do not provide any direction on duration of tenancy for a suite, but that exploring options for regulating short-term rental accommodations will be addressed separately. And there's a variety of considerations such as business licensing, owner occupation, the types of dwellings or zones that can be rented, the signage requirement, perhaps a maximum number of units across the city. These are all questions that we wish to address separately and thoroughly. So just responding to some of the questions at the public hearing, but no actual changes are proposed to that bylaw.
All right, thanks for that. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nancy. I just wanted to provide some thoughts on what we heard at the public hearing. And by my count, there were 4 speakers there in favor and 4 letters in favor, or 4 emails. And there was 1 email opposed and 2 speakers. And in fact, there were 4 people who said we didn't go far enough. So there were more people who thought we should have gone further than all the people who weren't in favor combined. I just wanted to note some of the comments that were made. A couple of people talked about affordable housing. Several people said it'd be a benefit to younger people getting into the market. People spoke about mortgage helpers. I think many people viewed this as giving people who own their homes greater control over or options over what they do with their homes. If they want to build a secondary suite for a family member, if they want to be renting it out as a mortgage helper. So it was interesting to note that the sort of the 8 in favor versus 3 opposed was sort of the overall mix of responses. And of those opposed or had concerns, some of them were about, one of them was about not having secondary suites in small lots downtown, which I don't think is actually an area where this zoning would even change what is currently the case. So I think this secondary suite didn't seem to attract much concern from the community. And more to the case, more people seem to be feeling that it could go further, that secondary dwellings, the separate secondary dwellings are a step we should be considering. So given this supports very much what we're planning on doing in terms of providing more housing options throughout the community, and given that the community response has been in terms of public hearing, significantly in favor, I will be supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. Seeing no other further questions or comments, all those in favor, any opposed, and that is unanimous. Next, we have zoning amendment bylaw 3074. Councillor Frisch.
Move that council give 3rd reading to the zoning amendment bylaw number 3074, 2022.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. And I'm not sure if staff had any updates for it. It seems pretty straightforward. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, any opposed, and that passes. Next, we have zoning amendment bylaw 3075. If somebody would like to move that. Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? And again, minor typographical corrections and amending a couple of things, but basically just clarification type things. Housekeeping, no questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And for adoption, the housing agreement. Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council adopt a housing agreement 801 Ryan Road, bylaw number 3064, 2022.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, we've now had a few readings of this, and I don't think any of us have spoken on it, but I just want to highlight, well, actually, first of all, thank staff for their work on this. And it's a new process for us, and I think that this is the first of its kind in the city. I hope I'm not misstating that, but the first that I know of. And we're going to see 30 units of non-market housing come out of this development thanks to this work. So just wanted to highlight that before we vote.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I don't see any further questions or comments regarding this. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. That brings us to the last item on the agenda. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that council close the meeting to the public pursuant to the following sections of the community charter: 91F, law enforcement; 91G, litigation; 91I, seat of advice subject to solicitor-client privilege; and 91K, negotiations and related discussions regarding provision of a municipal service.
All right. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously, and we are adjourned.